Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the meeting today. It is 1:07, and I call this meeting to order. It's December 5th, and we are in the chambers. Those present are Vice Mayor Luke, myself, Mayor McDowell, Commissioner Emmerich, City Manager Lear, City Attorney Slayton, Deputy City Clerk Taylor, and Recording Secretary Ms. Goodman. We also have Chief Garrison in the back. At this time, I would like for Mr. Officer Jay Dupree to please join us up on the dais. Mr. Dupree is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, but I'd like to introduce you to him. Mr. Dupree has been an officer with the city for about 15 years, and he is involved with woodworking. He's also part of our honor guard. So Mr. Dupree, Officer Dupree, would you please come and lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Could I please get a motion to approve the agenda, moving one item around for the city manager's benefit? It is the item for the pool plaque. If we could please move it to after the West Villages Improvement District pattern book discussion.
So move.
Do I have a second, please?
Second.
A motion on the floor to approve the agenda by Vice Mayor Luke, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. We'll go ahead and take the vote.
Mine's not coming up. There it is.
And that was approved 3-0. Thank you. At this time, do we have any public comment cards from the citizens?
We do not.
Thank you very much. If anybody does want to make public comment, please just make sure you fill this card out and we'll get you heard right away. All right. City Manager, let's move on to new employees.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll call Deborah Hope up to introduce our new employees.
For the record, Deborah Hope, Human Resources Manager. It's my pleasure to announce our new employees that have been starting this last month. As I call your name, if you would please stand to be acknowledged. With Neighborhood Development Services, I have Thomas Shakarski. He's a planner. For Parks, Nicole Carpenter, Staff Assistant 1. With Police, Rhonda Schabel, Police Records Technician. Kelly Welch, Public Safety Telecommunicator. With Public Utilities, Michaela Carpenter, Customer Service Rep 1. And Daniel Longfellow, Wastewater Operator A. With Public Works, we have Brian Hardy, Traffic Control Tech. And Aaron McPhena, Solid Waste Equipment Operator. It's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the city, and I wish you a long and happy career here. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome to the city. I hope you have a long and beneficial career. Thank you. All righty. At this time, we'll move on to presentations. Miss Sherry Schwab with the Clean Water.
Yep.
And City Manager.
I am allowing Joe Valencia to do the presentation.
You'll have to come up to the front, please, and state all that for the record.
You can introduce him, Sherry.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Straub, and I am the president of Clean Water Now. We are a nonprofit group that is educating the citizens on the rights of nature. Today, I present to you Joe Bonacia, and he will be giving our presentation on the rights of nature.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about rights of nature, which we have found is a concept that resonates very quickly and very deeply with people. For a different environmental organization, I also promote a carbon pricing bill such as Francis Rooney has introduced into Congress. And people support it when they understand it, but it does not resonate with them the way this rights of nature concept does. And I think that's pretty clear because people have an innate love of nature. Our economy down here is based upon a love of nature. People are willing to come here and spend their money to enjoy what we have. Having said that, at what point do we finally admit that there is something fundamentally unsound about how we as a society relate to the natural world? I'm sure many of you know that children are suing their state and local and federal governments to better ensure that they inherit a planet that is in as good a shape as the one we inherited from our parents. We're in global climate crisis. We are in the midst of the biggest mass extinction events since that of the dinosaurs. Miami streets are already flooding locally. Whoop, how come I'm not projecting up there?
I do not know. City manager, could we get some? Oh, it is? Oh, thank you.
Up there it is, okay. Locally, that's what we have been dealing with. And the situation is so bad that we now have a mayor's water quality task force. FGCU has a water school. Movies like Toxic Puzzle and Troubled Waters by Waterkeeper are making their way from community to community because people are worried about the very air they breathe. At what point do we finally admit that something is fundamentally wrong and fundamental change is needed? For the people of Toledo, Ohio, that point was reached in 2014 when parts of Lake Erie looked like this. That algae bloom was the result of fertilizer and manure runoff from upstream farms that obviously were inadequately regulated. They went to the state for help. They got no help. And that's when they realized that they needed to take a fundamentally different approach and that their best means of securing clean water for themselves and their children was to secure rights for Lake Erie itself. Legally recognized rights of personhood, such as corporations have. In this case, not the right to vote, not the right to bear arms, but a right to exist and to flourish naturally. And so they wrote up a Lake Erie Bill of Rights, and I have copies for you if you want them later. And they got signed petitions, and they got it on the ballot, and then 61% of the people turned that bill into the first law in the nation that recognized the legal rights of an ecosystem. Pretty cool. A few short months later, however, at the 11th hour of the state legislative session, at the urging of the Ohio Chamber of Commerce, a legislator added an amendment to an appropriations bill that effectively nullified that Bill of Rights and preemptively made unlawful any similar rights of nature bills that might come up in the entire state. And when the governor signed that bill, basically the will of the people was denied. And that was several 100,000 people. The lake suffered, the people suffered, and to be quite honest, democracy suffered. I was at a Sierra Club meeting just a couple of weeks ago, and the speaker was Mr. Ray Judah. He was giving us a history of water management down here in Southwest Florida. Obviously, Governor Rick Scott, time in office, was part of that. Governor Scott was not a fan of environmental regulations. For example, up until his time, there was a law that said, or at least there was a regulation that said the farmers had to report how much fertilizer they used on their farms. He did away with that. Last year, the news press reported that Florida uses 4 times the fertilizer that California does. He also, as you probably know, cut back staff on DEP. Governor Scott was not responsible for this, but many authorities say his policies made a bad situation worse. My key point here is that access to clean, safe water and clean, safe air and healthy ecosystems should not be dependent on who happens to be in office at any given time and how vigorously they want to pursue environmental regulations. Some things go deeper than that. Under this administration, you can have, or you get clean water. Under this one, you're not so sure. It wouldn't fly with women's rights. Oh, under this administration, ladies, you can vote. Under this one, you can't. Some things go far deeper than regulatory policy, and access to clean water, clean air, and healthy ecosystems are such things. These are inalienable human rights, even if they aren't recognized as such. I think a lot of people believe that the Clean Water Act guarantees Americans a right to clean water. It does not. You do not have a right to clean water. The Clean Water Act was passed in 1972. It started issuing permits to polluters in 1972. More recently, Coral Gables passed a ban on styrofoam and single-use plastic bags. I see this head shaking. Well, they were very quickly taken to court. Federation of Retailers said, you can't do that, that's unlawful. And true enough, there is a law on the state books that say local municipalities cannot govern how a business might want to package its goods. How did that state law get there? Well, the same way that amendment got onto the appropriations bill. Corporate influence on a legislator, and then that bill, that law was made that preempted local self-government on this particular issue. Makes no difference that the people of Coral Gables thought they knew what was best for their community and for the environment. Once again, the environment suffered, the people suffered, and democracy suffered. One other quick illustration, and perhaps the most important one. There was an article written by Amy Bennett Williams just a few weeks ago. It was titled Habitat or Humanity. It had 2 words for a beginning. It was great. It was, wait, what? And that tone of disbelief was perfect because the article was about how a developer wants to build 55 houses on 30 acres of prime wetlands. After 40 years of learning about how critical wetlands are to wildlife and to humans, why is this even a consideration? Well, the developer's lawyer said, you can't tell a property owner he can't develop his property. And right there, implicit in that remark, is the fundamental issue. It speaks about our mindset regarding the natural world. We regard it as property. We see ourselves as being separate from and superior to the natural world, and that it is a bank of resources for us to use as we please. And as property, it has no rights. But this is faulty thinking. I can quote a bazillion people who would support that, but I would just go with this man because I love him so much. It cannot be stressed enough how everything is interconnected. This is from Pope Francis's encyclical, by far and away the most popular and the most read papal document ever. Nature cannot be regarded as something separate from ourselves or as a mere setting in which we live. We are part of nature. Recognizing the reasons why a given area is polluted requires a study of the workings of society, its economy, its behavior patterns, and the ways it grasps realities. I went to the last water summit, and there were lots of brilliant people there. Nobody went this deeply into it. How do we grasp reality? What's the workings of our society? We see the world as a triangle, and we're up top, when in fact, we're part of a community, and we have to see ourselves as part of that community, and we owe responsibilities and rights. So at this point, I'm going to quote the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund, who has been at the forefront of rights of nature. The rights of nature paradigm aims for a fundamental shift in governance, Laws recognizing the rights of nature establish a basic principle of rights which requires laws and regulations to work within that framework to uphold these rights. Rights come before policies. The policies and the laws get built upon the rights. Grant rights to an ecosystem, Lake O, the Caloosahatchee River, other rivers, and then any citizen on behalf of that ecosystem can sue whoever is responsible for backflushing the polluted water, the fertilizer-laden water into Lake O, because that would be a violation of the lake's right to exist and flourish naturally. A citizen could sue the state for the egregious amounts of biosolids, partially treated human sewage that it lays on the farms. A citizen could sue a mining company for polluting the waters that it gets its drinking water from. This is a radical change. It is cutting edge legal maneuvering, at least that's the word of the lawyers. But again, some fundamental change is necessary. We need cutting edge. Last week, Professor Mike Parsons, who is on the water panel, he said, "I hope that concerns for water quality reflect a permanently changed mindset where the public really voices how they value the environment. Clean Water Now wants to let the public have the best way possible of voicing just how much it values the environment. Craft a bill, the Caloosahatchee Bill of Rights or whatever, get petitions, get citizens to sign it, get it on the ballot, and let people vote on it. And then fight like crazy when it'll be challenged afterwards. But let the public, let the people vote." To be quite honest, that's one way, and that's a very expensive way. It'll cost us at least $100,000. The other way is for a body such as yourselves to say, we really like this idea, and we will take that amendment and put it on a ballot and let the people vote. Those are the two prime ways to make this happen. If you like what you hear, we certainly will love to tell you more about it. Sooner or later, nature is going to get rights. Inevitable. Took a long time for women to get rights, took a long time for Black Americans to get rights, but this is the way of progress. And for us, the sooner, and for our children, the sooner the better as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Any
you very
questions?
much for your presentation. I appreciate it. Do you mind sticking around in case anybody has any questions?
I will gladly stick around.
Fantastic. I do not see anybody's buttons for questions. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Comment.
on,
Thank you for
Vice
the
Mayor.
presentation. I agree with your analogy of how society views nature as the triangle instead of the circle. I have that indigenous belief system, so to me it's a circle. So totally agree with it. We attended a Christmas party with the seniors down at the senior center, and one of the ladies that I sat beside, she came from India. And one of the questions she asked me is, are we going to run out of water in Northport like my city did in India? And we take for granted our utilities that we have in our country. We take this water for granted, and we don't realize that water is life. And so I appreciate what you brought forward. Dead on with Governor Scott. He's the one that stopped the statewide stormwater resolution, or we wouldn't be having some of the problems that we have with our stormwater. And as far as nature not having as much right as a corporation does, I have an issue with that. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments for our presenter? Sir, I'd like to thank you very much for your time and for being here. If you could please get the city clerk that pass out that you have for us. I'm sure she'll make sure that we get that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a happy holiday, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sherry. All righty, moving on to the next presentation for Tobacco 21. And sir, you have 15 minutes, and I'll kind of signal you and let you know how much time is left.
Flashcards.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is David Francis. I'm with the American Heart Association. I'm the Community Advocacy Advisor for the Southeast region of the American Heart Association. Shannon Quimby from Tobacco 21 was supposed to be here and give this presentation, but some unfortunate mishaps happened over the holidays and she could not be here with us. Also want to acknowledge our SWAP members here in the audience here to be here for this presentation as well. Want to talk to you, there's been some discussion over the last month or so about a Tobacco 21 policy, and I'm here to probably give a little bit more information. Bear with me, I only had like 2 days to prepare for this, so if I stumble through it a little bit, I apologize. So to know what we need to do, we need to know where we are right now. So today's landscape, we know 95% of smokers start before the age of 21. Ages 17 to 20 are associated with the transition from experimental to and occasional use to daily use and addiction. And young adults ages 18 to 21 are the primary source of tobacco products for younger peers and family members. We know nicotine is addictive. This is not something new. We've known this for a long time. And young adults are uniquely vulnerable to the effects of nicotine, and it wires them to be more susceptible for addiction later. So I want to take a look at the toll of tobacco in the United States and also break that down in a second into Florida. According to the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, which is one of our national coalition partners, despite the enormous progress we've had on traditional cigarettes, tobacco use is still the leading cause of preventable death in the United States. Kills over 480,000 people annually, which is more than AIDS, alcohol, car accidents, illegal drugs, murders, and suicides combined. Take that in mind, that's a lot of bad things, and smoking kills more than all of them combined, so just keep that in mind. The good news is that used cigarettes is now down below 5% for traditional cigarettes. In 1997, roughly 1 in 4 students smoked traditional cigarettes. This past year in 2018, which was the latest data we had, it was down to 1 in 20. So what does it mean for Florida? Well, high school students who smoke is down below the national average to 3.6%, which is great for Florida. The problem you have there is you have high school students who use e-cigarettes was up 24.8%. This is based on the youth survey, which is done voluntarily, so we actually think the numbers are a little higher. And then the proportion of cancer deaths in Florida attributed to smoking is almost 30%. And you can see how that compares to our national U.S. data. So adults who die each year from their own smoking is about 32,000. Kids who now under 18 and alive in Florida who ultimately die if they are smoking is around 270,000. Again, it mentions all the things that are bad, but nicotine and smoking kills more than all of them combined. And you also see the monetary cost in Florida to smoking. It's $8.6 billion in healthcare costs directly related to that in just the state of Florida. And you also see another thing down at the bottom. It says smoking costs productivity losses in Florida of almost over $8 billion. So going out to have your smoke, not being there for health reasons, that all causes an economic impact to the state. This is also an interesting little chart that shows the use of e-cigarettes. As you'll see, it's from 2016 to 2017. You actually see a little dip there in the usage, and then that is based on 2015-16 data. And then what happened in 2016 and 2017 was the introduction of Juul, and then you see it shoot up. So we know that it was directly targeted to those youths. The CDC has said preventing tobacco use among youth is critical to ending the tobacco epidemic in the United States. Most likely, adults will not start smoking. They are going to smoke because they were doing it at a younger age. So if we can stop them from ever starting, we can get rid of the epidemic. Tobacco 21, this is from the tobacco21.org. Tobacco 21 policy is, Tobacco 21 is a youth prevention policy that raises minimum legal sales age of all tobacco products and nicotine products to 21. And it puts the responsibility for compliance on the retailers, not the users, and the youth who are targeted by the tobacco industry. The key benefits of increasing the sale age to 21, it delays the age when people first use tobacco products and reduces the risk of becoming a regular smoker. Younger adolescents would have a harder time getting the products, and it keeps tobacco products out of our schools because we do have 18-year-olds in school, and I know my son is 17 and he could easily pass for 18, 19, or 20. So I know that it will help prevent keeping those products out of our schools. And it also can simplifies the ID checks for retailers making alcohol and tobacco products the same age. According to the Institute of Medicine report that was published in 2015, we can't know what the future is going to be, but we can predict based on things that we've learned from the original fight with tobacco on traditional cigarettes. We can kind of predict what this impact will have. Raising the legal minimum age of 21 can reduce tobacco initiation among youth ages 15 to 17 by 25%, reduce overall prevalence of tobacco use by 12%, and you can see it can protect 4.2 million young people alive today from premature death related to tobacco use, and that is nationwide. This is a very interesting graph that I wasn't quite aware of this till very recently. A lot of people say that one of the arguments is it's going to hurt retailers, raising it to 21. And as you see, only 2% of tobacco sold is purchased by ages 18 to 20. So you're talking about 2% of their tobacco sales, which is not a lot. And then if you look, though, that group of 18 to 20-year-olds is 90% of the supply to younger people, giving it to their schoolmates or selling it to them or whatever to make the money. It's a very interesting and powerful kind of graph to show you that while the argument that it will affect the bottom line, 2% of your bottom line is worth saving the amounts of kids that could get addicted to smoking. So what goes into an effective Tobacco 21 policy? Our national coalition, which is the American Heart Association, Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, Cancer Action Network, the Public Health Law Center, the Lung Association, the Prevention Tobacco Addiction Foundation, which is Tobacco 21, Kaiser Permanente, and Change Lab Solutions all got together and came up with 10 elements that should go into an effective T21 policy. And here are those elements. I'm not going to go through all of them individually, but you have defining tobacco products to include all tobacco products. You have unintended consequences when you single one over the other. If you're addicted to nicotine, you're going to get your nicotine. If you can't get it through vaping, you're going to go do it through cigarettes, or you're going to go do it through other products. So making sure you have a comprehensive definition for tobacco is key. Obviously, preventing the sale of tobacco products and accessories to people under the age of 21. Requiring tobacco retailers to verify age, which they have to do federally. Requiring signs to be put in. You've seen them, you know, the no vaping under 20 or no smoking under 21 sold here. Designate an enforcement agency and establish clear enforcement protocols. You don't want a policy in name only. You want to do something that has some teeth to it and make sure that the people who are targeting our youth and selling these products to them are held accountable. Creating a tobacco retail licensing program, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but that will allow you to know where these products are being sold so you can use that, you can have that enforcement and know where to use that enforcement. Dedicated funding to fully covering the enforcement. You can do that through the tobacco retail licensing program. That's how Alachua did it. Alachua set the fee for the tobacco retail license to cover any cost of the enforcement and regulation of that policy. They did it through a third party, but there are several different ways that can be set up that meets your community's needs. In providing penalties on the retailers only, not the youth or the clerk, we want to make sure that the retailers are held accountable for their targeting of our youth and making sure that if there is going to be punishment on the youth, it's a civil penalty structure. You don't want to put any kind of criminal penalties on the violations. And then don't include any exemptions like military. It weakens the intent and impact of the policy. It also has implications, and I'll get to this in just a minute, around the military. So some of the tactics that tobacco is using to weaken Tobacco 21 laws, this is not a new thing. This is an old game with tobacco. They did this back in the 70s and 80s when they were fighting the health and regular tobacco, but preempting local communities to pass policies around this, add or strengthening PUP laws, which is personal use and possession laws, that is known not to be effective in youth. Adding exemptions, product exemptions like cigars or hookahs, and then keep strong enforcement provisions out, not specifically designating an agency to go and do it, but just kind of keeping it in policy and name only. And then language that protects the retailer's profits, punishing more like the clerk. The tobacco in the military, this is some key information. The Department of Defense has gone through this. Tobacco is, and you can see here, tobacco is a threat to our health and fitness of our forces and compromises readiness, the foundation of a strong national defense. And you also see the Department of Defense estimates that 175,000 current active duty service members will die from smoking unless they are able to quit. And more than 1/3 of the service members who use tobacco products started after joining the military. You see here General Robert Magnus, the Assistant Commander of the Marine Corps, and this is a direct quote: "Tobacco impairs reaction time and judgment. It stands in the way of a Marine's #1 priority to be in top physical and mental shape, combat ready." You see the ad there. We are at war and we want our troops to be as ready physically and mentally as possible.
He's not a Marine, he's Air Force. And there's a difference.
Mission readiness, it was founded by the Department of Defense after a report came out that indicated that 71% of 17 to 24-year-olds were not able to qualify for military service. These are due to many different things. One of them is poor physical fitness. Raising the age of sale of tobacco products will improve the overall health of our young people in our country. I want just two other ones I want to highlight here. The use of tobacco is banned during basic training because those service members who use it are more likely to drop out, sustain injuries, or suffer a delay in healing of their wounds. So they're already banning this in basic training, which is pretty much our 18 to 20-year-old military personnel. This was an opinion put in the Stars and Stripes. It is by all of our surgeon generals in the military. Just a couple things here I want to say, highlight is tobacco product use is the threat to a health and fitness of our forces and compromises readiness, the foundation of a strong national defense. The use of tobacco products among service members is pervasive, harmful, and urgent public problem. More than 1/3 of the service members who use tobacco products started joining after the military. And it goes on to list some of the things I've already stated. So the military itself is trying to fight tobacco use because they want the military to be able to run a mile. When you smoke and do the vaping, it affects your lungs and you are not able to do some of the physical activities that the military requires you to do. And 18 is not the age of a majority of things. Just because you're 18, you are an adult, but there are certain things you can't do. You can't purchase alcohol at 18. You can't gamble in a casino in Florida. You can't obtain a hand permit for a gun. And you see the other things that you can't do here. So in 18, your brain is still developing. We know that the development of the brain is not complete to about the age of 21 to 22 now. And that nicotine affects how your brain is wired. So just because you're 18, there's still a lot of things that you can't do. And then going real quick to finish up for the tobacco retail license, like I mentioned, the Alachua County one, you can set that up any way that is best fit for your community. Some of the benefits of a tobacco retail license is a local tobacco retail license allows your city to manage tobacco retailers and the sale of all tobacco products. If you don't know where these products are being sold, you can't do any kind of enforcement. So that is what the main issue for a tobacco retail licensing is, and it provides a more effective enforcement mechanism for non-compliant retailers to face stronger consequences for selling to underage youth. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have to the best of my ability. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the support from SWAT.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. It is appreciated, and thank you. And I'll recognize the SWAT that's out there. They're the ones that kind of started this whole thing, so I am grateful. At this time, we'll go ahead and see if anybody has any questions. Vice Mayor Luke.
If you would go back to page 7 on your presentation, there's a chart with a gold line and a blue line showing the vaping going up. What's the difference between the gold line and the blue line?
I believe it's the difference between tobacco, was it cigarette and vaping, I do believe. But that didn't make sense to me when I saw it either. This was put on by Shannon, I'm not sure. I know the gold line is e-cigarettes and vaping. I'm not sure what the blue line is for.
It
Sorry.
would make sense if it were just the regular tobacco. I recently was in San Antonio, and that entire city is tobacco 21.
Yep.
In fact, they do not allow smoking even on the Riverwalk. I mean, there's signs all up and down that they're going to come get you if you're caught smoking out there. I love that last slide that shows what can't be done, you know, at a certain age. That is very informative. Something that did surprise me was the amount of cigars that were smoked by students. Very shocked at that amount. I think it was even higher than cigarettes.
Let's see here.
Aren't they considered cigarillos?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they consider the cigars and the cigarillos the same, but I think
Probably.
they do.
And they don't smoke tobacco in them. Just saying.
Okay.
Telling you.
I'll state, though I understand what you're saying about the military has to police itself, but I am for just the tobacco 21 for everybody, because to me, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And it's across the board, and to cut out an exception for the military, I don't really see it being fair. I'm not going to police those 18 to 20-year-olds for a future in the military. That's their job, but I think I'm just as concerned about their health as I am anybody else who wouldn't be going into the military. My next question probably is going to have staff address, because I think Alachua really came at it hard and heavy. I think they adopted everything that basically you're showing, and they have a heavy hand for the enforcement. They have to have a payment system. They have to have money flowing through in order to pay for all of this. That's not really what I was envisioning. So I need to know who handles the enforcement of tobacco in our city at this point in time, and who would be responsible for it, changing it from 18 to 21.
I'm going to ask our chief to come down, but my understanding is the enforcement, if somebody's illegally selling them to minors, the police department can arrest them. Now, the prosecution of that is up to the state attorney's office.
And I'll also admit that the regulation of that is not usually done by the law enforcement.
Currently, tobacco is investigated primarily by the Alcohol Bureau and Tobacco, ABT, Alcohol, Beverage, and Tobacco, I'm sorry. This would be a city ordinance, so the enforcement action would have to fall under the police department. But we haven't really even looked at the impact that it would have on our current levels of service.
Vice Mayor, pursuant to the commission's previous direction, we are meeting with the police department next week under the pending ordinance that we're drafting. Based on I believe the Fort Lauderdale ordinance that you gave us direction to base us off of, it's a code violation, so it'd be code enforcement, but that's something that we're going to be be looking at and making sure that we could handle.
And American Heart Association did work with Fort Lauderdale, the city of Fort Lauderdale on that, and it absolutely is a code enforcement. That's how they're handling. There are many different ways to set up the tobacco retail license. Alachua did go heavy and hard, and they thought it would be best that the compliance would be done for an outside vendor, and that's why the fee was so hard for them. There was reports that they weren't getting people to register, but I think I received a communication from Alachua County right before Thanksgiving, and originally it was like they're only 20%. That was like 3 weeks after the bill was enacted, but right before Thanksgiving they were up to 80%. So they are moving through that process, and they are getting the compliance from the retailers.
Well, we have a business tax receipt in our city, so every business doing business is supposed to have a tax receipt. So we already have knowledge of what businesses are in and what type of business they are. So to put something else on them, you know, that's something that they're going to be discussing, I guess. So thank you very much for your presentation, for reaching out to us even earlier and then following through with this. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Carrison.
I just have a couple. First, I want to say, before I ask these questions, I am not necessarily against turning it to 21 for smoking individuals. But anyways, slide 4, you had a number. Is 480,000 people annually die from tobacco. Where does that number come from?
That is,
What's the
I do believe
source?
that's from the CDC, one of their numbers, but
I just
this information is from Campaign Free for Tobacco. The American Heart Association also has science to back up these numbers. I can provide those to you.
Yeah,
I don't have
'cause
them with me today, but I can provide
I just
them to
looked it all up. I can't find them from the American Heart Association. I can't find them from.
I'll provide that for you.
Okay, because it says that it's over 500 and something thousand deaths that are actually due to
Tobacco
cardiac.
related.
No,
cardiac?
cardiac issues. But it says that could be obesity too. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'll forward you the information, not a problem.
All right. And then slide 12, very similar.
Which one?
And that would be the 2%
Oh, that one? Yep.
purchased, and where do those numbers come from?
I'll have to reach out to, this is from tobacco21.org.
So we
So
don't-
I will reach out to
Gotcha.
Shannon and have her provide that for you.
All right. One thing I learned in school was consider the source, and that means not just data, it
No, I
means
get it.
everything.
I completely
So-
understand.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I do have a couple for you myself, sir. Who licensed the sale of tobacco products currently?
The Florida, the state does right now, I do believe.
The state of Florida?
Yeah, but they do not include e-cigarettes.
And that was my next
Yes,
question.
it is
Who-
just-
Who regulates e-cigarette sales?
No one.
No one.
FDA is supposed to come out with some guidelines, but they have not yet.
So because e-cigarettes are not regulated statewide, are they regulated at all countrywide?
They are supposed, like, the department, the FDA is supposed to be coming out with guidelines, but they have not come out yet.
They're not too quick, are they?
No, they're not.
So by creating this retail licensing policy or program, would that be a way for us to know exactly who is selling the e-cigarettes?
Yeah, it should provide you a dedicated resource of showing you who's providing vaping products, not only vaping products, but also tobacco products and their accessories.
Oh, so it's not just the vaping e-cigarette stuff?
It's the actual- and the accessories as well.
Actual accessories also?
Well, it will depend on how you write that it would depend on how you write that policy, but it has been included in others.
So, accessories. I think of like rolling papers. I don't know what
It's got a
else
little bit more complicated than that these days.
I don't know
It's been a
what.
while since she spoke.
It's been a while. I don't know how e-cigarettes even
If people
work.
just would sell the pens and not the liquid or anything like that, things that they sell the pens or any other
Oh,
type
like
of.
the tips?
Yeah, the
and-
tips and then
Okay, okay.
not in the actual
batteries.
cart,
All right,
not the
that
actual.
makes sense.
I know
Yeah.
nothing about
I had to
e-cigarettes,
think about that.
nothing
Okay.
about it. So that's why I had to ask, what
Right.
is it? Obviously, it's not rolling papers because
Right.
it's vaping products.
And not tobacco.
And it's,
Just
okay, moving on, now that I'm all red.
I'm not.
The retail licensing policy, can that be, city attorney, I think this is a question for you. Is that something that can be part of the ordinance for the tobacco 21, or would they have to be separate?
We can include that in the ordinance the same way Alachua County did, based on your previous direction for this ordinance.
Correct.
We are not including it.
Well,
But Alachua put them both in one, and I don't see any issue with doing that here if that's what the will of the board is.
and I think if we're going to say you can't sell cigarettes, tobacco, or e-cigarettes or accessories to anybody under 21, we kind of need to know who's selling them. Because you can fall under a business tax receipt as a convenience store, correct? I don't know how,
I'm not sure how the business tax works, so.
Yes, ma'am, the business tax is local, and all local businesses are taxed, so they don't necessarily have to tell you, I don't believe that they have to tell you everything that they're doing or selling in there.
okay. But if we had this retail licensing policy, they would have to say if they're selling e-cigarettes or accessories or tobacco.
Correct.
Depending on how,
Yeah.
the program was set up.
Right.
Yes, and it would be a separate license. It has nothing at all to do with the business tax
So it's
receipt.
separate.
But it would be in addition to, every business has to have has to pay a business tax, so they get a business tax receipt. This would actually be a licensing.
So if, to take it a step further, if somebody wants to sell alcohol, they have to inform, I would assume, the ATF that they're selling alcohol?
Well, they have to get licensed.
They have to have a
through the state.
license.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so this is giving them the license to be able to sell e-cigarettes or accessories, correct? If we were to implement a retail licensing policy.
If that's what you want.
Excellent. Can we give consensus to see about including a retail licensing policy into the ordinance that you're already working on? I'd like to see if we can get a consensus for that.
I would just, if I may,
Yeah.
Mayor, add that we need the financial implications of that. Absolutely.
I think it needs to be a discussion,
Yeah.
for that. I don't mind the same type of licensing that alcohol does. That was a very good analogy. So I don't mind them discussing when they go into their meetings how that might look, and bringing something back. I don't mind doing that.
We are happy to discuss it. Our current direction.
Right.
By the majority vote of the board is to draft an ordinance akin to Fort Lauderdale's, specifically without the licensing. You all discussed that and rejected it at the time. So if you want us to we're working on that ordinance now for first reading. If you want us to bring back a different ordinance, then we need to know that by majority vote. If you want us to bring back some information between now and then we could do that by majority vote or consensus.
I'll start with the consensus that I originally started with, was to have them include it in the ordinance for the retail licensing, to include it along with information on possible costs and that would be involved with that retail license. Can I,
So are you stating that they put it in the ordinance, but then it's a fee or a license that would go into our fee chart? Is that what you're talking about? Not actually the charge being mentioned in the ordinance, but in our fee
and
schedule?
I would assume the
Or license
fee
schedule?
for the license policy would be in the fee schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and the only reason why I'm saying is to put it in that way then when we have the ordinance reading, if we decide that this is not something we want based on the information of the fees, it's easier to take it out right then and there than to add it in between first and second reading. So,
Yes.
yes, 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 yes. Okay, so we have that consensus. So based on new information, I would also like to get a consensus to have the city attorney remove from her scope of work the exemption for the military.
I agree.
No.
I'm a no.
Okay, so that failed 2-2. All right. And the only reason why I am all for that is based on new information, because, you know, if the DOD is trying to get them to stop, and like you said, when my son went through basic training, he was allowed, but he didn't smoke at that time. He smoked when he was in the military. 6 months later, he quit again. So I didn't know that you couldn't have smoking while you're in basic, so that was new information. So anyways, it failed, so we'll just continue on with what you're working with this other new direction. Does anybody else have anything more to this item?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Consensus to add to our legislative priorities, requiring a e-cigarette regulations within the state, I should be clear, as well as a licensing format for all tobacco products, similar to alcohol.
I'm definitely a yes on that one, because if the state did it, it'd make it a heck of a lot easier for everybody.
Well, there's a bill submitted currently, but this would show the stand that we're taking.
I think this goes way beyond that, yeah.
The-
This is a licensing requirement for anyone who sells tobacco products on top of the alcohol, because alcohol is one license.
Right.
But then on top of that would be the cigarette regulation, where we have a determination of regulations, and that would go into the product itself, which would probably be handed down to the health department, who will take 10 years to do. But regardless, if we add this to our priority and then maybe even present it to the league for next year, because I know we've talked about the League of Cities, no smoking in public parks, that it is possible we can get that type of support in the future to get it to the state. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I'm a yes to add it to our legislative priorities and talk with our elected officials on that. I'm sorry, did you have something?
I can speak a little bit to the state bill. I work with my colleague, Mark Landreth, who is our government relations director in Tallahassee. The House bill does not go as far as what we're asking, but the Senate bill that has been filed is our model language policy.
Thank you for that information. So
I knew I had read it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but
but
no,
it's-
I am all for attacking this in whatever manner, so thank you for bringing it forward, Commissioner Carazone.
yes, and I'm a yes, Commissioner Carrison, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. So that passed to add it, city manager, to our legislative priorities?
Can I ask
Go
a quick
ahead.
question on that? I'm assuming you don't want the cards all reprinted?
No.
Okay.
This would be,
I just want to make sure that
Next
we don't show up in
year.
Tallahassee and you say, why isn't this on there? Since they're already
it's too
printed.
early for, it doesn't mean that we can't introduce it when we go up there.
I just
Because
want to
we've done it
notify-
before.
Yep.
And
cards
so I
reprinted or
think
not.
that if we can get our information first, because I'll just lay it out. My biggest concern is what is in those e-cigarettes. That's my biggest, there is nobody regulating them. And yes, people are dying, and there's no set standard. Even tobacco, even cigarettes. I mean, look at the lawsuits, because they were putting in what they wanted. So there has to be some sort of a standard. I'm all for free will. I'm all for, listen, you want to kill yourself, go for it. Not in a real way. That really didn't sound good, did it?
The way you meant it. That didn't come out the way you meant it.
Suicide prevention founder, okay. But anyways, no, I meant, if you're gonna do harm to yourself, is that better? That,
No, it's really not.
well, I mean, if you choose
move
to
on.
do something.
Personal
That,
responsibility.
yeah, thank you, personal responsibility, If I wanna smoke and I know it's only hurting myself, so be it, I'm okay with that, free will, again. But I think that there is some sort of responsibility by the government to make sure that what you're doing is consistent. That, one day you don't come up with black lung and the other day, everybody's fine. There has to be a standard and there has to be a licensing so that we do have control over who it is that is actually selling products, be it tobacco or e-cigarettes. And again, my bigger concern is the e-cigarettes, but
And I'm glad you guys brought this up, because when I was thinking of the business tax receipt, I thought of the shops like Vape King and stuff like that, but there are convenience stores selling some of that product right now, and they probably
tobacco,
don't disclose
yeah.
it. So yes, having that regulation, or that licensing, I should say, is beneficial.
All right, seeing nothing else on this, thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you very
SWAT.
much for your time. Thank you.
Appreciate the presentation. It helped give us more information to be able to make a really educated decision, and I appreciate your time. Tell Ms. Sharon I hope she feels better.
I will,
And heals
thank you.
quickly. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. All right, next up, City Manager is your code enforcement presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and they're on their way up to give you a presentation.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Commission. For the record, Frank Miles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. For Commission's edification and information per your direction, periodically you ask for updates and information from various city departments and divisions. Today we have Code Enforcement, which is a division within Neighborhood Development Services. It's formerly known as Property Standards, but this current budget year, we are now going under the heading of Code Enforcement. We have with us today Mr. Kevin Reducci, our interim Code Enforcement Manager, who will give you this presentation. Kevin?
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us some time to speak to all of you. First and foremost, I just wanted to say our manager, Carol Kazabo, is back. She had been off for 3.5 months. She was severely hurt in a fall. She came back Monday, so she's downstairs.
Welcome back, Ms. Carol.
I'm sure she's watching.
I'm
so
sure she
I hope
is.
I do her proud. As
if
Mr.
not,
Miles,
you'll hear it.
I'm sorry.
I said, if not, you'll hear it.
I'm sure I will. As Mr. Miles says, this is the 2019 Code Enforcement presentation. We'll start by meeting our staff. Some of you know some of our staff, some of you don't, and the staff has changed a little bit. We've added a few people. I wanted to include, I have pictures of all the staff except for Carol when Carol was off. I don't want you to think I slighted her. I did ask her if she wanted her picture used. She declined, and that's her right, so we're fine
Hiding
with that.
behind the wall.
This is Trista. Trista is our lien specialist. She's part of the administrative team. She does a lot of work. She does all the work related to liens. She processes all the cases that are not in compliance and go to the hearing. We had a hearing this morning in this very room. That was very successful. We have one a month. Every Thursday, the last Thursday of the month, we take off July and November for the holidays. Other than that, it's the other 10 months of the year. Trista has other tasks. She deals with all the banks, the mortgage companies, the attorneys, anybody that has any stake in a property in the city. They're going to get Trista on the line for some sort of support. The next person is Terry. Terry works the front desk. She's a Development Tech 1 staff member. Terry does a lot of work she does all the phone calls, the emails, the North reports, the snail mail. Believe it or not, some people still mail in complaints, so we get a fair amount of those. She's very busy, constantly on the phone. We have 100% callback policy. I believe that's citywide, but I just wanted to stress that as well, we do that as well. So if you don't get her, it goes to voicemail. She'll call you back. She'll provide service. She'll answer your questions, and if she has to, she'll dispatch the inspectors. Sometimes it's that day, later that day. Sometimes it's immediately. Sometimes it's the next day, depending on how late in the day. These are the inspectors. There's one inspector missing. We have a new inspector. I think she's our third female that we've ever had. Carol was the first. Trista was the second. And now we have Jen Ardinger. Jen came over from building. She just started just before Thanksgiving. She's down, I think she's out on the road doing some things. I'm proud to say, coincidentally, December 8th will be my 5th year here, 5th year anniversary, and this is the first time since I've been here, all 5 inspectors live in the city. And I think that's important because we all kind of have the same mindset. Everybody that works here likes, really likes working here, but they also love the city. And we feel it's our responsibility to try to keep the city looking a certain way and projecting a positive image. And so other people that come here, and I've never heard anybody say anything bad about Northport. They love how green it is. They love how beautiful it is. People love to come here. And when I hear someone say that, I kind of get a little, personal satisfaction, even if I don't say anything, because I hope we're all a little bit a part of that and we can maintain that. So that's kind of the goal of the 5 of us. The 5 inspectors have 5 zones. If you're looking at the slide, all the way to the right, the pink and purple is way out east. That's one zone right there. More towards the middle of the page where it says 34286, that's another zone, that's the north end. Below that is the south end that borders Price intersects. So the north end would be North Salford, North Cranberry, North Chamberlain. And the bottom of that is the southern part. Then we move to up in yellow in the top left here, that's we call that the estates area. The estates area is a challenge because it's a lot more land usually associated with the property, and it's hard to see things. And because it's agricultural, there's little different things going on out there than in other parts of the city. Then more towards the bottom left and the green area, that's Old Town, and then out to West Villages. And that's a pretty large area. If you're coming from City Hall to go out to West Villages, you may only go out there once or twice a week, but it's a 20-25 minute ride. So they kind of police themselves out there because it's deed restricted, so it's more regulated, so we don't have to get super involved all the time, and it kind of helps us out, but we still do get some calls out there. Also under the umbrella of the Code Enforcement Division now are the 2 arborists. This is George and Dave. They're instrumental in helping us. They do a lot of work related to trees, and obviously Northport is very tree friendly and everybody's on that same page, and we try to enforce that and incorporate that. They also do a lot of work with building new homes or new commercial buildings. There's site plans and development orders that they have to check and maintain and make sure that the developers are doing what they're supposed to do and they're keeping the proper amount of trees. David is probably an expert now in the tortoises. He's the tortoise guy. He recently actually put on a seminar, I think that some of you went to, I think it was in October, right before Halloween. And we sent a couple of our guys over as well, a couple of code enforcement guys, just to get familiar with what's going on, and they can help David perform his tasks related to tortoises. We also use FWC a lot. We bring them in a lot because they can really enforce things that we can't because they have the state regulations as it pertains to the tortoise issue. Mr. Miles earlier this year implemented badges. I am wearing one, I just have it on the other way because I'm in the building. All the inspectors in the building department, not only in code enforcement, but the arborists, the building inspectors, the guys in zoning, all have these badges. And it seems to be working out quite well. Believe it or not, even with our city shirts on, driving a white city truck that says Northport on the side of it, some people don't believe who we are. I'm not sure what that's about, but that's fine. It's just another added layer of identification that we use, and if someone doesn't believe us, we give them the number to call, and then they can ascertain who we really are. Mr. Miles also implemented that all the buildings, all our trucks, our 5 trucks will all have code enforcement on them. That's being done now. The arborist trucks will have arborists put on them. It gets rotated in when the vehicle goes in for service for an oil change. That way it's in just once instead of bringing it in for another time. Then we're down a truck for the afternoon or however long it takes. So it's usually pretty quick, half a day we get the truck back. I think 3 out of the 5 code enforcement trucks are done. I think my truck is slated next. And the arborists, we're waiting for the lettering to come in. They ordered it, it just hasn't come in yet. So it's nice. In Florida, obviously, there's a lot of people that drive white trucks, and we always get calls, hey, there's a white truck on my neighborhood, who was it? So at least now we can say, well, did it have any markings on it? Did it say code enforcement or whatever? And then we can kind of narrow it down and find out who was there, or maybe it was another city department. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt since you're on the slide. How come we don't have the City of Northport like logo on the back of the tailgate?
It's on the doors, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
It
You don't
is-
put them on the tailgates?
I don't do, it's on both doors. I don't assign the
Well, you've got a bumper
stenciling.
sticker.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
There's a bumper sticker with the logo and how's my driving.
That's true. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just showing this slide of the notice of violation in order to correct because it leads to the next slide. So basically recently, about 4 months ago, when we went to a house and there was a violation, if we couldn't get somebody to answer the door, if we went to the door, because we work days, most people work days, a lot of times people aren't home. Sometimes people are home and they work nights and you wake them up, it's kind of an issue. We would end up sending a letter, and the letter sometimes causes some conflict because sometimes with the language on the letter that has to be there because they have to be given notice to people you're sending the letter. The letter can be a little bit scary or frightening for people, especially the elderly, and people think that immediately when they get this letter that they're going to get fined or liened against their property. That is not the case. So in lieu of that, the office, under Mr. Miles' direction, came up with this courtesy notice. It's an orange courtesy notice. It's about the length of a page. You can see there's a cutout in the top. You can affix it to a doorknob or someplace in the front of the house or somewhere where we believe that someone will see it. It's pretty bright. It's used for complaints that we generate proactively most times. If somebody calls in a complaint, we normally do not use this form because when we use this form, there's a specific amount of days that we use this for, and it's shorter than the letter. And when we go back in 5 days, if the violation is not corrected, we then do the letter, so then it adds another total, maybe 15 or 16, 17 days on. So this is an initial courtesy notice. On the front, I don't know if you can see up there, it's used for basically the 5 violations that we encounter the most, which is excessive grass or weeds, debris, improper parking or storage of vehicles, assigned numbers, or placement in containers. Then on the back, it'll, in succession, tell the person who is violating the ordinance how to correct it. And on the bottom, it tells you when we're coming back, who is there. It provides, they'll write their own personal cell number in there or their desk number, and they will call back. If they need to call back and speak to that inspector, they can get them immediately. Yes, ma'am.
Just going to say 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, you better hurry up then. After that, we have these thank you cards. These are given, we leave these when we go back. I think it's a nice touch. We appreciate that people are trying to do the right thing. It's a lot of times we get, people don't think that we're sympathetic to their problems or their needs. We are, and we do appreciate them making the correction. Real quick, this is when the commission changed the parking code, which actually is a lot better than what it used to be. We had these printed out. These are downstairs. A lot of people just take these, and it hits all the high notes of what you can and can't do, where you can park on your property, depending on the size of your lot. We use these stop work orders a lot. These are used for unpermitted work, illegal land clears, and we also use them sometimes to shut down a construction site if they don't put up the proper permitting that they're supposed to before they start work. And a lot of people call on that, and then we act and we make them comply, and then we come back and we take the stop work order away. Sometimes we have unsafe buildings due to electric, plumbing, structural, or some sort of fire. These are placards that we use as well. This is a placard that we use for a condemned structure that people seem to try to keep going in and out of. We try to limit that or prevent that, and this is what we stick on the door. That's the red card again. Does this look familiar to you, Mayor?
It sure does.
In
Is there
late
one-
August, I had the privilege of driving around with the mayor, and our first call out of the gate was we had to go over and assist. I had to just check on this property. It was boarded up. It was a nuisance house, and this is what it looks like. It has since sold, and you wouldn't even recognize it now. It's beautiful.
I drove past the area and I'm like, where's that house? So that's really cool that it's already been taken care of.
Right. Out
Good
east,
job.
we have a problem with squatters, and it's one thing if they live on some land, but the problem is when they leave their trash behind. And sometimes we have to clean this up, and it can be costly, and it's an environmental mess. So we try to limit that by ridding the squatters. This was an extensive campsite. This has all been cleaned up, so unfortunately, but at first it was a pretty big mess. And this is another one, this one's all been cleaned up too. Before I take any questions, just want to acknowledge the city attorney's office, Miss Amber and her staff, especially Michael. We've been putting a lot of requests in for legal requests, and we just want to say thank you. She's helped, this last year, she's helped us out a lot, and some of the legal requests pertain to, I'm not sure if you know or not, but early this spring, coming up in 2020, the police department is going to piggyback in on our hearings for their parking tickets if somebody wants to appeal a parking ticket. So we're hoping we get that up and running by the spring of 2020. We're still working out the logistics. Also, the fire department has also joined us a little bit. The fire marshal does a lot of inspections for safety, and if they can't get somebody to comply a business because it's unsafe, they come into the office. We designed a letter for them. They send the letter out, and because of that, it's nearly 100% compliance. So it's really worked out well.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm glad to hear that house has been cleaned up.
It has.
It's really cool.
Does anybody have any questions?
At this time, I see Vice Mayor Luke has some questions.
First of all, way to go. You got George to smile in that picture. I never see him smile, so that was good.
Oh, he smiles all the time.
You guys are the protectors of city standards. I think you got the toughest job within the city. People live in a city for the higher level of standards and services, and you guys are the enforcers of that. And love what you said about people living in the city because they have that love for that standard. So thank you. My question, and I don't know if you would have the answer or maybe Mr. Miles, do you know where we're at with the vehicles that are left on the condemned properties? We had taken a vote and said that untagged, unlicensed vehicles on condemned properties could be removed, and so I'm wondering where we're at with that.
Great question. Great question.
I know, for the record, Frank Miles, Neighborhood Development Services, I know we're continuing to work on that issue. I know the one over on Avante, the large vehicle that's there, trying to find a way to get rid of that, but I'll have to check the status and see where we're at on. There's personal property issues related to that, so we are hopefully addressing that.
Particularly, since Mr. Miles mentioned that one, the one on Avante, our inspector, Jeff, has had contact with the owner's son. He's basically has power of attorney of that property now. The problem is, we actually set him up with a tow truck to remove that, and the tow truck wouldn't take it because it's a large RV and it's hazardous. It has hazardous material in it, I think because of the restroom. So they can't get rid of it. So they didn't want to take it because they're going to get stuck with it and they didn't want it. If they could get rid of it, they would have taken it. So that's where that particular one is right now. I don't know how it's going to, shake out, but that's kind of where that one went.
That one is unique because you do have somebody that you can work with, but we still need the policy stating that we can remove them. I mean, it's all right if you get an okay with somebody from a power of attorney to remove it, but in the case where you don't have somebody, we need to be able to have a policy where we can have them removed anyhow.
Correct, Mayor.
Thank you.
Maybe city manager can give us an update on where we are on that, coming back with a policy and what might be some of the holdups. I don't know, because geez, it's been a while since we've asked for that.
I'll have to get with you. I'll send out a memo to everybody on it.
Okay.
I don't have one right off the top of my head. We'll get one for you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, I do have one. Since my ride along and learned about the abandoned homes and the board up process and stuff like that, just for the sake of the citizens watching, because I do get a lot of phone calls, hey, I've got this abandoned house, and I explain some of the process because of my learning experience with you. Maybe you could just explain what's the process, what makes it an abandoned home, a board up home, why are some taken care of differently than others, or what are the differences, and also how long does that process take?
I'm glad you mentioned that because I would be remiss if I didn't thank the police department, the Northport Police Department. Most of the abandons come from the police department. In a subsequent investigation, they've arrested the people that are in that property for drugs. After that, if everybody, it's the police department's responsibility to board up the house if they do a raid and kick the door in or whatever. That's on them. If that happens, that's usually the end of it. Sometimes people come back knowing that that property is now vacated by the owner and it becomes a place where people think they can congregate and do illicit things. When that happens, the neighbors call the police department. The police department notifies us. We immediately go out. We assess the situation with them. We come back. Our manager speaks to Mr. Miles. There's a protocol. We end up calling Northport Police, the records department, getting all the calls for service there, seeing what's going on, develop a history, a timeline. We then submit it to Mr. Miles. Ultimately, he makes that call. We then send out notices. Everything has to be noticed legally. We send out notices to the property owner, who's ever listed on that property appraiser sheet. They have 3 days to correct, to secure that building. If we don't, we notify our contractor. We have our own contractor. He goes there first. He measures all the windows and doors, right down to the very last screw. He then goes and gets his supplies, comes back. The day you were there, you saw him, he mows the lawn, he cleans up the property the best he can, and then he secures the premises. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so from the time that you notify the owner that this property is uninhabitable or the squatters are in there and the illicit things are happening, and then we board it up, how long until the city can actually take possession of that property? And does it happen? Where we can, mow it down or raise the building?
We have, we've not come to that as of yet. The majority of the ones that we have dealt with, they are handled by either the property owner or they're sold and somebody else picks up the property and puts it back on the tax rolls. But as you all know, we did include within this year's budget funds for demolition, should that become an issue that comes before us. We're working with our new building official who is putting together and refining those procedures for demolition, but fortunately we've not had to take possession of anyone's property as of yet.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you,
Appreciate
ma'am.
it. Thank you so much. All right, city manager, the next one is our fire chief, the fire rescue presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. The fire chief is on his way up to do the presentation.
Thank you. Hello again, chief.
Hi. Scott Titus for the Fire Rescue District. Before I get started, I just want to say, Mr. Ducci, Mr. Miles, I think they did a great thing, and sometimes we neglect when we talk about our department presentations to highlight some of the reasons for our success. And I think it goes without saying, but it's nice to say it. Sometimes you recognize it. They referenced a lot of the other departments which help make them successful. And certainly the key to our success is our employees, your support as a commission and a governing body, all the departments in the city that work with us. I mean, everybody in this room, all these different departments we touch on a daily basis that help us accomplish our goals and our mission. So thank you to everybody and thank you all for your support. So today I'm going to try and make this somewhat quick for you all, but a little presentation just about what Northport Fire Rescue is about, what we do here in the community for all of us. Our mission is to provide exceptional public safety service in a safe, compassionate, professional manner. Growing up, I always thought mission statements weren't that important. Now I realize that it's so important in everything that we do. Everything that we do hinges on, key words in that statement. Exceptional, right? That's the standard that we hold ourselves to in everything that we do. We want to be safe. We want to be compassionate. We want to be professional. One thing that we always really, really push to our personnel, and that I'm constantly reminded of, is a lot of times we do things that a lot of people don't know what the standard level of care is, whether it be putting out a fire or dealing with an emergency or a medical situation or anything like that. They don't necessarily know what the right or wrong way is to do it. But one thing they'll always know is how we made them feel. And that's why it's so important that compassion is in there. We have such little interaction with the majority of our population. It's important that every interaction that we have, that those people remember how we treated them, how we made them feel, how we handled that situation. Because I think, as we all know, Good news spreads. Bad news spreads way faster. Okay, so with our mission statement, about a year and a half ago, when we transitioned with new administration and with some things going on, we also created a vision statement and some kind of principles to live by, and it was presented to you all at that time with our Fitch report. I thought it was really important to talk about and just go over it quickly, because again, with our mission statement, I think it really hinges on everything we do. And our vision is to provide first-class fire EMS public safety service to this community, create and maintain a predictable, sustainable economic future. We will maintain a customer-first service model to our internal and external customers while representing, supporting, and maintaining our fire department and city family with pride and honor. We will recruit, hire, train, and retain exceptional personnel that will endeavor to meet and honor our mission, maintain the public trust, be innovative and efficient in thoughts and action, maintain collaborative relationships between leadership, workforce, and all other stakeholders. We will enjoy every tour of duty, love and honor this career, and always strive to be our best. We will honor both names on our turnout coats and uniforms equally, understanding that just like the two names that we have, two families, our city family and our families at home. We will exercise selfless devotion to career while helping each other maintain physical, mental, and emotional well-being for each of our members. We will plan for success and succession because we know that hoping for them is ineffective, and purposeful actions and participation will position us for success in the future. We will lead, responsive to our stakeholders, internal and external. We will challenge the status quo in pursuit of efficiency and effectiveness through innovation, accountability, and professional growth as individuals and as a team. We will develop and maintain strategic partnerships throughout the city and community that help us address the unique challenge of rapid growth while promoting personalized service delivery with the highest quality of pride and professionalism. We will pursue accreditation not for the recognition, but for the internal evaluation and process that continually promotes our efficiency and our effectiveness. And finally, we will be successful through continued execution of funding policies for strategic reserves and capital acquisition accounts that bolster fiscal responsibility and position this fire rescue department to successfully meet the defined level of service delivery this community has come to expect even during times of economic difficulty and/or uncertainty. There's a lot there, but it's all critical to our success, and everything that we do and we touch has something to do with those statements. So thank you. It's our organizational chart for 2019-2020. One of the things some people don't understand as you look down here on the boxes, I can't really show you, but we have 3 separate shifts, so some of the public doesn't understand that we work 24 hours on, 48 hours off for our firefighters. So there's a B, and a C shift, and that's what you see here for our battalion chiefs. And then there's 6 stations. And we have a lieutenant at each one of those stations, and our administrative staff is shown up top. So we expect in early January, we will actually be at full staffing. We have 5 firefighters right now that are in process. Everything's been approved, waiting for a start date. And we have our new budget manager as well coming on. So that will put us at 19 support staff, which do everything from our technology to assisting with our building, to logistics, to all of our administrative and emergency response staff and training. And then all of our emergency response personnel. Emergency services, a little bit about each of the divisions. We have fire suppression, advanced life support, emergency transport services, technical rescue technical rescue services, training for both fire, EMS, tech rescue, and officer development, logistics, facilities, and then our fleet. Fire prevention oversees our community risk reduction, fire prevention education, life safety inspection, plans review, and staff development review. Our administrative services, budget formulation and management, revenue sufficiency analysis. We do a 10-year plan. Every year, you guys have seen that. We bring it back, we reevaluate it, we look at it, where we are, where we're going in the future to make sure that we have a good plan and that we're sticking to that. Our project management, our capital improvement plan, both the development and administration of that. Our procurement, contract management, technology and system support, accreditation analysis and implementation. Emergency management. This has been a big change over this past year. A lot of effort has gone into this. I don't think Chief Tiefenthaler is not with us today. He's actually at a meeting. He oversees the Emergency Operations Center here for the city. He's liaison to Sarasota County Emergency Management. He's the Community Emergency Response Team liaison. He is thankfully, now that I'm done with it, he will be the new author and maintainer of the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. He came in at the tail end of that and helped quite a bit with the city attorney's office and us. Continuity of operations plan, not only for our department, but helping all the city departments make sure that they maintain those. The Hazard Mitigation Grant Program Manager, he will take that over in the future, although I can't go without saying, I don't know if Val's here today or not, I don't think she is, but Valerie has been just amazing managing a lot of that program as we had transitioned. She's done a fantastic job. And he's our NIMS and ICS training coordinator. Emergency services for 2018, 7,939 alarms. 2019 year-to-date, and this was as of the end of October, 7,928. So our projected increase was about 14.37% over last year. Monthly average, 661 alarms in 2018. Monthly average year-to-date, 756. So you can see that's changed quite a bit. Typical breakdowns year-to-year don't change a whole lot by category. Sometimes when you see changes in that, it's typically because of a weather event that's come through or something dramatic that's changed. We've either had a much more significant wildfire season or we've had severe weather or something like that. But for the most part, those are pretty standard. That number 227 fires, those are not all building fires. So those involve everything from a rubbish fire to a brush fire to an actual structure fire or room contents or, a toaster in your house. So, right. As you can see, the lion's share of the calls that we run are emergency medical calls. Typically, they run right around 80%. So our emergency services division, as we go through, we'll just show you some pictures and you get an idea of some of the things that we do. Very recently, we were thrilled to be able to do an acquired structure burn here in the city, and that's something that we'll be doing a little bit more of in the future. We have not done those in the past. We're working on a trading tower, which we believe will come to fruition this year, and that's fantastic. It's something that we've always needed, and we are super excited about. But there's also a benefit to doing an acquired structure burn, which gives you different fire behavior than you get in an actual trading tower. So there's advantages to both of those. Some more pictures for our emergency services division. I think some of you have heard, maybe not all of you because the community is watching as well, but we've had some significant growth and changes over the past year. We promoted a lot of our officers. Okay, so we've had some transition officers. We've also had an expansion of our officers because of adding another station. So this is just a quick shot. All the officers you see there in white in that front row were all promoted this past year. Emergency services, our tech rescue team went to Mexico Beach and deployed. So we put some pictures in there to see that we're responding locally and also throughout the state as an asset and a resource. And our crews did an amazing job representing our city there. I can tell you it was very, very impactful. They were actually deployed for another mission. They were flagged down as they went through Mexico Beach by one person. He was the only person left from Mexico Beach Fire Department, and there was nothing left. And he said, I don't know what to do. I don't have anything. And so they, through communications, contacted, and their status was changed, and they became basically Mexico Beach Fire Department for a period of time. They initiated search and rescue, fire protection, medical calls, and things like that for the period of time that they were deployed. So with all of the growth that we have had, obviously training is very, very important. And through support of our governing body and through the support of our community, as you know, we've expanded our ability to do training and deliver training over this past year we have now a captain that is in charge of our fire training and a captain in charge of our EMS training. That has been significantly impactful and I think is really going to attribute to our continued success as we move on. This is an actual city group working on hands-only CPR. That's somebody very famous here in the city. I'm trying to.
He did awesome.
Yes, yes. So one of the programs that was developed this year through our EMS division and EMS training was these mannequins that they obtained, where it can actually measure the efficiency of the CPR that you perform. And shockingly, even we can improve as emergency responders. So we've been doing it for a long time, but sometimes you're just not thinking about it. But there's immediate feedback and response. So we're using this not only out in the community, but we're also using this for our personnel to make sure that we are giving the greatest chance of survival and recovery for any personnel that we would encounter with CPR. Some more great action shots. We always love to see those. Those are our personnel hard at work. I can tell you that I have never in my career, in all of my years, seen the amount of training going on that's going on right now. And it is busy, but it is not burdensome. It is all well received. Our crews are eating up. They're doing a great job. And a lot of that is through the support of this commission and this community and the things that we've been able to do. And a lot of these things that we said in our mission and our vision statement, they're going to continue to contribute to our success because we're able to do that. Because with a workforce that is so young, we have a little bit over 50 people that have less than 3 years of service out of 111 firefighters from battalion chief down. So as you can imagine, training them and making sure that we are inundating them with knowledge, daily, on everything that they do is critical to our, not only our current success, but our long-term success. So back to emergency management, some of the things, other things that he's working on and responsible for. Northport is a storm-ready city. Code Red, they manage that. I know that there is a discussion of changing that program, but Code Red is just, it gives us the ability to reach out to the community, and we can either do a portion of the community, we can do all the community. Anybody that's registered through this program, it's an automatic dialer that would tell them maybe if a child is missing, or and the police department uses it for things like that, or if somebody has gone missing from a nursing home, or if there is an accident that has the potential for a release of something, where we need to tell people to stay inside or not travel to a certain area, we can do those things. Talked a little bit about fire prevention, or public education, life safety inspections. Our Fire Prevention Bureau goes into every business in the city once a year and does an inspection. And that keeps them very busy. They have continually and statistically improved their numbers they have reduced the number of times that they need to go back. And they have discovered commercial businesses with the help of other city departments that they didn't even know were operating before. And so sometimes you have people that have been operating a business for a number of years and suddenly you show up and tell them they need to change something. As you can imagine, that doesn't always make people happy. They've done a really good job of explaining why we need to do certain things and how that needs to happen, and that's for the safety of our community and the safety of those people, and they've been very successful in getting compliance and doing that, so we're very grateful. We talked about all of this stuff before. One of the things I wanted to mention very quickly or focus on was the community risk reduction. So some of the things that we take for granted, we always think about the fire department as kind of a reactionary department. Call comes in for a fire or for a medical alarm, we respond. There's a proactive side of that too, and that's this community risk reduction. All of the members of our department are involved in that, but the Fire Prevention Bureau is, yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. But our Fire Prevention Bureau is responsible for administering that program. Administrative services, we talked about before. I actually went through those highlights. Our accomplishments are Safer Grant Firefighters, Officer Boot Camp, focused specialized training throughout the year. Live fire evolutions we talked about. Our ISO evaluation, I can tell you everything has been submitted. We are waiting to hear back. We are really, really excited because we believe we're going to maintain an ISO 1, but we expect to get a letter any day now. So when we have that, I promise we'll make a big deal about it. Our cohabitation with Sarasota County at Fire Station 8626 has been a great success. We're very, very excited about how that process has moved forward, and our ongoing negotiations with West Villages will continue that cohabitation model as we look to expand and build our future fire station, our next future fire station up there. Important, all the things we're giving back to the community. Our Northport Honor Guard, they do the Remember the Fallen 5K and 10K. One of the things that many people don't know is all of their uniforms they purchase themselves. They raise the money to do that. They take care of all of that. They actually purchased the Seagrave, and they contributed significantly to that project. Our Firefighter Benevolent Association, they do the October t-shirt sales. We select somebody in the community that is the recipient for those funds. We have other people in the community come to us throughout the year. If we can assist them, we're always happy to do that. We provide money for sports teams and sponsorships, and also provide a catastrophic illness fund for our firefighters and their families in case something were to happen to them. Challenges, we want to maintain our family first. We can't help you if we can't help ourselves, and that's why that focus on firefighter safety is so important. Provide for physical and emotional well-being of our fire family, a strong foundation for the future through training, leadership, and succession and success. Revenue sufficiency. Projected rate increases, I know they've been a difficult thing, and we are doing everything we can to try and reduce those. But as a growing department, these things continue to occur. Our expansion plan into West Villages, our Fire Station 81 renovation and remodel, Atlanta Braves Stadium service, that's going to change this year. We'll be up there regularly with them as they start playing games up there. Our fleet expansion that we have had and maintaining that is always a challenge. Fire training tower coming online, and then continue our future needs assessment and our growth. And I will finish up and just say, one, it's always an incredible honor for me to be able to stand and represent all of our personnel. We have some of our staff here from administration. Obviously, all of our firefighters can't be here, but it has never lost on me what an honor it is to be able to represent all of their needs to you all and to try and get them what they need to do to perform this type of service in this community. We're truly honored every day we come to work. And with that, thank you all for the opportunity to provide exceptional public safety service to this community. We're reminded daily of the great responsibility bestowed upon us, the daily provision of services, and we are committed to demonstrate our gratitude with every smile, every wave, every word, and every interaction. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Chief? Seeing none, Chief, I could tell when you were reading that statement, you were reading it from your heart. And I truly believe you believed every word that you were reading, and you are heartfelt in it, and that shows within your department. And watching the department grow these past 3 years and change, I can tell that you really love the men and women that you serve. So thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you very much. That means a lot.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, it is 2:45. If we take a 15-minute break and get back here at 3 o'clock before we start plugging into the rest of the meeting, 3 o'clock, all right? We're adjourned for a break.
Not like I have big bills, that's not enough.
All right, welcome back. It's 3:01. And we are going to move on to ordinance number 2020-01. Oh, that's weird to say. Can I get an approval to read that by title only, please?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor to read by title only by Vice Mayor Luke, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Let's take a vote, please. And that passes 3-0 with Commissioner Carasone absent. City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending Section 2-419 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, relating to disposition of city assets and property, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, or is the City Attorney?
No, I think this one is mostly mine.
Excellent.
And finance as well. So back in May, you may remember we had some issues with trying to dispose of some assets to another governmental entity, that it wasn't a well-written code, which is probably the best way to put it, that in order for us to actually sell it to them, it would have required an auction if it was over the $5,000. And the Commission gave direction to kind of fix that part of the ordinance and fix the disposition, the fixed asset disposition code section. So we have done that and tried to clean it up a little bit at the same time. With that, if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Fantastic. Thank you, City Manager. Does anybody have any questions? I do have one for the City Attorney. In Section D, it has a parentheses with a line through it. I've never seen that before, and I'm trying to understand, is that language that goes into the codification? Or what does that mean? Do you want me to show it to you? Might be easier than trying to find it.
About the brackets around when
Yes.
commission approval required. That's just a formatting change in the current code. The header there, when commission approval required, is in brackets, which is inconsistent with the rest of the formatting. So the lines are through it to show that we intend to strike that.
Oh, my copy doesn't have lines through it. All it has is parentheses with a little line through the parentheses.
That's correct. It is the
But not-
brackets that are being struck.
Oh, that's why I've never seen that before. Thank you very much for that explanation.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate that. I have no further questions unless anybody else does.
Move to continue ordinance number 2020-01 for second reading on January 28th, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance number 2020-01 by Vice Mayor Luke and seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, Vice Mayor? Commissioner Emmerich? All right, let's take the vote. And that passed 3-0 with Commissioner Carasone absent. Moving on to ordinance number 2019-46. And that is for the West Villages Village District Pattern Book.
Move to read by title only.
Thank you.
Second.
Go ahead and call the question. And that passed 3-0 again with Commissioner Carasone absent. All right, City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, adopting the West Villages Village District Pattern Book for approximately 8,000 acres in the village, future land use, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to introduce our presenter, then go over the changes from the other night. Well, we were going to have this the other night. The item we continued, but I'm going to let them present the village
Okay.
pattern book.
Thank you. I was like, what did I miss?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar with Stantec, representing the West Villages Improvement District. And we're here to talk about the West Villages Village District Pattern Book and the amendments that we're proposing to that document. I have with me today John Lazinski, who is with the West Villages Partnership, who represents the owners of the West Villages, as well as William Crosley, who represents the West Villages Improvement District. As you all know, the West Villages is generally located on the north and south sides of US 41, southwest of River Road. It's comprised of 12 villages across approximately 8,000 acres. The Comprehensive Plan and Unified Land Development Code establish the process for the Village District Pattern Book and the pattern plans. The VDPB and Village Index Map serve as the guiding policy documents, similar to the way that the Comprehensive Plan guides development within the City of Northport. The Village District Pattern Plans serve as the implementing documents to help guide development within each of the respective villages, so that each village is intended to be responsive to the unique characteristics while maintaining the overall character of the community throughout the West Villages. Just to give you an update on the status of development throughout West Villages, Villages A through G have been approved. Village A represents Grand Paradiso and the Preserve. Village B represents the Renaissance and Oasis communities. Village C has Island Walk. And then Village D is the most recent development with Town Center, with a shopping place, marketplace shopping center that includes the Publix anchored shopping plaza. Several different developers are represented within each of these villages. For example, Lennar, D.R. Horton, Mattamy, Pulte Devasta, and then Sembler with the commercial development. This document really provides the guide for the end user and helps them to understand the overarching goals of both the developer and the city in the development of the West Villages. To give a little bit of context, over the past several years, as we processed the Village District Pattern Plans, there's been ongoing conversation with staff that the pattern book should be updated. The details that are contained in the pattern book certainly go beyond the requirements of the ULDC. The specificity on design elements is out of sync with current market realities. The level of detail is more appropriately addressed through a design review committee, which is traditionally managed by the master developer. In order to promote more predictability for both staff and the developer, we collectively agreed that a rewrite of the pattern book was in order. And staff agreed that the level of detail provided in the current draft, in the current pattern book that's in effect, does again go beyond the requirements of the code and should be, it should serve more as the guiding document, again, establishing that policy guiding framework for all of the West Villages. Throughout this process, our goal has been to make the document more intuitive and more user-friendly. We want to tell the story of the West Villages to help the reader understand the history of development and the rationale behind the process that we follow. I'd like to talk a little bit about Section 4 because it outlines the regulatory framework where we acknowledge the approval of pattern plans for Villages A through D and recognize that development will continue in accordance with their approvals. This modification doesn't change what's already been approved. But through this update, we also recognize the existence of the West Villages Review Committee, which was authorized in 2017 and functions as a design review committee with representatives of the master developer and the improvement district. The WVRC is authorized to review the plans to ensure that there is compliance with the requirements of the pattern book, the pattern plans, and the ULDC. This pattern book includes a roadways and pathways chapter, Section 5, and that section details the different roadway types that could be used throughout the West Villages. This is a compilation of all of the different roadway types that you have seen with the pattern plans that we've brought forward from Village D to Village G. With this document, we're creating a palette of options for roadway types. The roadways and pathways plan that is produced with the Village District Pattern Plan will then identify the specific types of roads that will be used within each village. And that will be based on the anticipated form of development within that particular village. Again, our goal is to provide a more intuitive and user-friendly document. And to that end, we've organized development standards and added village and town center standards, which are consistent with the recently approved Village District Pattern Plan. So for example, in Town Center, we sought and obtained approval for a reduced tree canopy coverage, 20% tree canopy coverage in town center areas, so that we could encourage a more urban urban landscape and streetscape. That standard was carried forward into this pattern book, and it's included in this document. For village centers, and you see that I show the land use mix with the minimums and maximums, and the minimums and maximums that you see on the screen is what's in the pattern book, and it is consistent with the comp plan and the ULDC. For town centers, again, we're bringing forward the land use mix that was approved in villages D and E. And the intent here is to encourage a synergistic mix of land uses within town centers based on market trends. A key difference between the adopted pattern book and this pattern book is we now have standards for village center and town center. Those were standards that had not yet been developed with the previous pattern book. And finally, this book devotes a section to to general development standards for non-residential uses. And so it's organized so that residential, you know where to look for the development standards for residential. Village center, town center, you know where to go. And then again, for non-residential. So it's a little bit more clear for the end user. Regarding design standards, we include design standards for signage and for landscaping. These standards are consistent with what's been approved historically in the VDPPs. And while there's a lot of detail in signage and landscaping requirements, we believe that each is necessary to promote consistency from village to village. And so that's why we've included it in the pattern book. Ideally, the goal is in the future, as future pattern plans come forward, as long as the design and development that each of those unique villages proposes can follow the criteria that are in the pattern book, you won't see specific provisions for landscaping or signage. They will simply rely upon what's in this document as they move forward. But with that, we have one item that we'd like to present to you today, a little something new that's kind of come up that we just learned about. And so I'd like for Mr. John Lazinski to speak to you a little bit about a very specific sign at a very specific location. Something's come up, and I think that perhaps through this process we can streamline approval perhaps. So, John.
Hello, John Lazinski, Senior Vice President of West Villages LLP. Just came up this morning, so it's a little knuckle curveball. We are in the process, and can you hand this out? We're in the process of putting a sign for the Braves that the West Villages Improvement District will be owning at the south side of 41 at West Villages Parkway. It is in the median. The sign, if you just look at it and you see the square footage of the sign I had written down there, is 91 square feet. In the information in our pattern plan, sign information is on page 47, 48. Nicole Galehouse and I were speaking and going over some of the details about this right before the meeting, and she says, John, there's one issue. In your code for the electronic type signs, it only allows for 60% be electronic sign, which my predecessors did not understand. There is a signed agreement with the Atlanta Braves that they will use this throughout the year for their different festivals. The district will use it, as well as the developer. but there is a agreement from 2018 which all three of those parties were party to the agreement. It was never brought to the city, and it calls for this sign, this 91 square foot electronic sign to be up there. And during the spring training portion of the year, the Braves get a higher use of it. So, and we have a obligation to have that sign in place by the end of January. So it was, this is like a one-time thing that we know of today. What it clearly does do is gonna make sure we need to accelerate our monumentation, wayfinding sign program for the whole West Villages, and it will probably need us to do an update in the future of the pattern book if we ever want to make other changes on the sign program. But we didn't envision that 60% for the electronic, or my predecessors didn't. And given the timing, we figured better bring that up today instead of going through all the signage program and then say, oh, we have a change tomorrow. So that's what this sign picture is. You know, this electronic board is 13 by 7 or 91 square feet.
Mayor, before you go any further, this was not on the agenda, and I don't believe that we can even,
No, this would be a change, we would have to make a change to page 48 of the pattern plan.
to say what, you're allowed to violate the code?
Well,
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
it allows us, the pattern book does provide some areas where it's inconsistent with the code. The pattern book, then pattern plans, where there is conflict supersedes the code.
Doesn't. No, it doesn't. You have in the past received waivers for those code variations.
That's what the pattern plans follow. And if the actual language in the pattern plans in the first couple pages actually state that for a fact.
I'll have to have city attorney on that one.
Can you state exactly what is going to change again in
Well, we
this?
just found out between 12:30 and 1 o'clock today is the sign size meets the requirement. Your code says of that square footage, and then 120 square foot for this monument sign, 60% of that, or 78 square feet would be allowed to be electronic. In this case, all 91 square feet is electronic.
Okay.
So we would need to modify the language on page 48 to allow for, in this one specific location, that sign could be 100% electronic.
Better ask the city attorney, because I'm telling you.
Okay, so I'll make a note to come back to that.
Mhm, yeah.
Let's finish with
Yeah,
the
no problem.
presentation, and then
Not a
and that'll
problem.
give the city attorney a chance to really look through what may be needing to be discussed in greater detail.
Thank you. An interesting segue to a discussion about modifications. I wanted to touch on two modifications that are noted in your staff report. We propose a landscape easement for street trees along residential streets located within the residential lot. Staff expressed to us through this process concerns regarding the removal of street trees and without city review, and noted that the removal of those trees causes significant impacts, negative impacts on the visual appeal of the community. And so understanding their concerns, we've worked with staff to address that, and we believe that the language that we present in the pattern book addresses that and is a good solution that staff is in support of. Another modification that we seek with this pattern book is regarding the tree canopy coverage. The ULDC currently prohibits counting street trees towards the required 35% canopy coverage requirement, and we'd like to count all trees towards that requirement. It simplifies the accounting process for both staff and the developer, and the street trees provide canopy coverage, and so for that reason we think they should be counted. But also because of this added layer of protection that we're committing with the landscape easement, we think that it's reasonable that the city would consider allowing for that modification in this instance at West Villages. We've worked closely with staff throughout this entire process. We have a favorable recommendation from both staff and a unanimous recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board. The document's consistent with the comprehensive plan in ULDC. This is the first reading, so we ask for a recommendation from City Commission to continue to second reading. As many of you probably know, we agreed to a continuance last Tuesday, and we understand that Commission has a policy regarding petitions having to go to one night meeting. We'd like for that policy to be reconsidered in this instance to allow for us to, well, either reconsider and allow us to be heard on January 14th, or perhaps consider hearing us on December 17th, which is a night meeting. It's a special meeting, but you have something on that agenda, and I don't know if you are willing to consider that, but.
Or able.
Or able, well, okay. Well, and I didn't know the particulars, but we're requesting some consideration. We have some pending applications that are dependent upon the approval of the pattern book, and we're just trying really hard to move things forward. So please give that some consideration. With that, I thank you and welcome staff's comments.
Okay, and just for the record, when we moved this item from the November meeting, the city manager advised us there was no pressing items to hold up the approval of this pattern book. So I don't know what, we'll discuss it as we move through this.
Understood,
Okay?
yeah.
Thank you. So since you are basically, in my opinion, like the applicant, because you're making the presentation on behalf of the West Villages Improvement District, does staff have anything that they would like to add, city manager, to this?
They're on their way
No,
up.
it's not, I just asked.
Make sure it's not quasi, right?
For the record, Allison Christie with Neighborhood Development Services. We'll just go through some of the major differences between the current pattern book and the proposed pattern book, just to be clear. So a lot of the direct quotations from the comprehensive plan that were in the old pattern book have been removed. The total number of definitions has been reduced. Some sections that were in the previous pattern book have been removed, including community character, quality of life, job and housing diversity, and site planning standards. Some of the information has been pared down and included in some other sections. The environmental planning and protection section focus has shifted more to the preservation of existing sensitive lands, such as the wetlands, and their integration into a greenbelt network rather than the more rigid standards that require it to be along the border of the villages. The neighborhood, village, and town center sections have been separated out. So now we have new sections for neighborhood standards, town and village center provisions, town center standards, village center standards, and non-residential uses. So the neighborhood standards cover neighborhood concepts, uses, and site development allowed in those areas. The town and village center provisions cover general special circumstances that are applicable to those specific areas. The town center standards reiterate the land use mix percentages that you just saw in the applicant's presentation, and those were approved in the most recent VDPPs that went before commission. The village center standards also includes those land use mix percentages, and they are consistent with the comp plan. I wanted to note that this was incorrectly stated in the staff report. There was some confusion. It is correct now, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And then there was another new section, the non-residential uses. This outlines prohibited uses, establishes some site design standards, and it was taken from the old design standards section in the current pattern book. There's also an extensive design standards section. Some smaller subsections were removed, including low impact development, water demand management, engineering and environmental standards, and construction site standards. The architectural standards language was also removed, as this is left to the West Villages Review Committee, and each design is evaluated on its own merit. The lighting standards were updated to reflect more current technology. A lot of that section was outdated. And then it also includes landscaping and irrigation standards. In this section, it does allow for the street trees to be on private property within a landscape easement. The tree canopy is 20% in the town center, except for the single-family residential component in Village E. And all canopy trees, including street trees and buffers, would count towards the tree canopy. Some specific planning and irrigation standards were removed from this section. Lastly, some subsections on streets have been compiled into the road and pathway standards section. Some of the names were changed and some of the standards were updated to reflect current market conditions. Some of the minimum widths were reduced, and in some cases, this is due to the street trees being placed on private property within the proposed landscape easements. And then I just wanted to note that the ordinance was advertised in a newspaper of general circulation on October 23rd, and it was reviewed by the city attorney as to form and correctness. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commission. City Attorney, I'll let you go ahead first.
Yes, ma'am. The question is the pattern book allowed to do something different than what our code requires? In the ULDC section 53-219, A1 addresses this, and it states that where there are conflicts between the pattern plan, the ULDC, general land use, subdivision, or other regulations, those adopted and shown on the approved pattern book and VDPP shall apply. So they do trump the ULDC, meaning they can allow something different than what the ULDC provides.
Is that's in the comp plan?
That's in ULDC section 53-219.
219. All right. But the VDPB and VDPP are approved by commission.
That's correct.
So we have the authority to...
You don't have to do anything different, but you can.
All right. So let's try doing it this way, since this is our first meeting with first reading. One question at a time, we'll work down the row and then come back and start over and just circular around until everybody's questions are finished. I see Commissioner Carasone's light is on, so we'll start with you, ma'am.
One of the things I wanted to do with this particular pattern book issue, because it's so imperative and such a different beast than what was approved in 2007, is to have its own meeting, its own special meeting, so that the parties could sit down and look at it. Because I can tell you right now, there is a lot I have a problem with this. I don't understand what, we've already gone this long without considering it. I thought that this was not an imperative issue, that it could actually wait until January, because I won't be here at the December 17th meeting, so maybe it works for you. But, I mean, just in the very beginning, the history, the background, all of Northport's identity has been taken out of this, where it was the main focus in the first one. And that's pretty irking to me, because I get that this is about West Villages, but this needs to have the references as far as Northport, its existence, its background, and why it even came to be. Because the only reason why it's here is because of the economic development initiative, or the diversity, the diversifying the economy. None of that's in here. There's no estimates for build out. There's no commercial estimates or office space estimates. There's nothing mentioned again as Northport. Let's see. I mean, if you go to page 12, it talks about the ULDC and the planning and zoning manager can have authority over approving modifications. I don't even know where to start, honestly. I am just shocked. Sad. Go ahead. I'm not approving it. And again, I'm not gonna be here all night long to go through every page of this. This should have been its own independent, special meeting to sit down with the parties and go through it.
When I was looking through it, I gave it a cursory glance, and then I went back and read it again. And each time I read it, I found other things that I am concerned about. I know I met with staff. At one point, we had a very long, great conversation, and they answered a lot of my questions. But each time I read it, I kind of come up with other questions. I too am concerned about many different areas of this, and I know that everybody has worked really, really hard on this, and you guys have worked hard for months on this. But in fairness to the legislative body that has to approve it, it is a very lengthy conversation. And to make sure that it's done correctly, to make sure our questions are answered that we weren't privy to having with any of you, except here. I'm starting to, based on what Commissioner Carasone said and my list of questions, I'm starting to think that maybe this is going to have to go to a special meeting, City Manager, because I don't know if we have time.
Not
to
to
do-
mention one listens on that.
You know, and not only that, if any of these votes go 2-2 and they don't get approved, we basically start all over. So I'm just bringing all of the elephants in the room out to the open. And
We don't have if I mind, we don't have a problem sitting down and discussing everything in this book. Again, I started with West Villages almost a year after this process started. And the way it has been explained to me by almost everybody, in fact, everybody that's talked to me, that this is a rewrite to kind of bring it up to the current standards and reflect the VDPPs that have been approved. Out of, I think she said 8 of them have already been approved. We only have 3 villages left to have a VDPP approved west of River Road. So there was no intent to gut the original VDPB because that book came long before any of the pattern plans were ever brought. Now you have 8 pattern plans approved, and that is the next step in the process of detail. This is a global, overreaching design guideline that sets you on a path. And then when you get to the village, you work in much more detail on what we're going to do there or what the specific plan is. So in some ways, those items that were taken out of here were taken out for specific reasons because they're now incorporated in VDPPs. And to avoid any conflict of anything that was done, I believe most of those pattern plans all have generally the same language, but they may not. So again, this is here is the general pathway we're following. The detailed roadmap is in the pattern plans. And again, I'm happy to sit down with anyone and everyone to talk about these details. We've been doing that for a number of months with staff on the post-annexation agreement. And we've come a long way. We will work out those issues. If I realized that the desire of the commission would have been to have a workshop just for this, we would have asked for that long ago. Because to us, this is, other than this Brave sign issue and a streetlight issue, we do have time. The streetlight issue, because we're updating those standards, the current standards, I've got light poles ready to go in. I can't put in to the new standard till this is approved. So that is, and quite frankly, the city manager did contact me last week when they asked about pushing this off to this week. I was like, fine. I did not think about the effect of getting those streetlights in, which for the extension of Prado, we're trying to have in by the end of January. The other effect is that Brave sign, which the district, Mr. Crosley, and West Villages has a contractual agreement, which was put in place over a year ago with the Braves to have that sign in place by the end of January this year, i.e. prior to spring training, which, as you know, pitchers and catchers report the second week of February. But other than that, I'm more than willing to meet with you any day you want and go over it page by page, word for word, because I don't think we tried to change the intent of what was approved in the pattern plans.
And I appreciate that, and because we have not had any votes, it is my understanding that this pattern book is the highest level, and then the VDPPs branch off of the book into the VDPPs. It's not the other way around.
For the professionals.
For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. You are correct. The VDPB does come before the VDPPs. It is a very drastic change from what we had in the pattern book before. But I will say this, in the conversations we've had with the applicant over the course of time that we've been doing this, we found that there was often far too much detail in that pattern book because it wasn't required by code, it wasn't required by the comprehensive plan, and it often was restricting later on down the road. So one of the main goals of this process was to bring it back to the basics of what's actually required by the code and the comprehensive plan. The other thing I'd like to point out is that the language in this document is probably about 90% consistent with Villages E, F, and G, which were approved over the summer. So this is language that the commission has already reviewed and approved in those previous documents. You know, of course, we're happy to discuss any of it at any length. If we need to do a workshop, we will. I just wanted to point out those couple things.
We have 4 people on this board. And I hear what Commissioner Carasone is saying. I don't know if we are going to get through her concerns. I don't know if my concerns are just mine or if they're the rest of the boards, or if her concerns are hers and not the rest of the boards. I'm just fearful if we have a 2-2 that this goes away. So, City Manager, do you want to weigh in, or City Attorney, and help us out on this?
Well, we can't I mean, we can move this to another meeting. That obviously is an option for the commission. I know the headaches it causes. Right now, we don't know what any of your concerns are, though.
I understand.
And I can't give you advice to continue it or not continue it, because even if you move it to another meeting, I don't know if that's going to get us anywhere until I know what the concerns are. So far, what I've heard is I have major concerns.
Okay, and
I don't know what those are, so it could be 5 minutes, or is it something that is a strike through and change, or is it something that's going to require 30 pages to be
It's a
rewritten?
strike through.
I honestly have no idea.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Luke.
I read through it and didn't really understand what it was doing. I had some questions when I went into my agenda briefing. And actually, they helped me out with understanding. I flipped to the pages that I had marked. They explained to me. City Attorney also said that these pattern books really aren't that common throughout cities and stuff. And I see Stantec agreeing. I was going to ask her the question of how often you see pattern books in your line of work, because I was told they're they're kind of rare to have that 30,000 level look, and then you break down under it. So I have an understanding of why this was redone, but you'd address that, please.
I'd say that I've been in the industry for well over 15 years, and during the course of my career, I've worked on master plan communities throughout Southwest Florida. And this is my only exposure to village district pattern books and pattern plans. It's a very unique planning process. I would say it's an innovative and it's an iterative process. But it's definitely different than what we've seen in other communities throughout this state and even the nation.
But when I learned that, it gave me a better understanding to what this was, and I liked it. I liked the way that it was written. I thought there was a lot of detail in the lighting that maybe could have gone into the lower level, but still it addresses the newer type of tech, the lighting and stuff, so I didn't have a problem with it. So I have an understanding of what it is at this point in time. Commissioner Carrizone was, I believe, on the board when this first was implemented, so she has a personal attachment, if I might say that. So she may see the history of the city being important in the introduction or the background and something. I don't mind that being placed back in, but I think the work that's been done actually is really good. The only thing that I would bring out is you have 2 number 5s. You pointed out one,
I
but
can
there's
fix that.
another one in front that
You're
I believe
absolutely right. I
deals
see that
with
now.
environmental. Yeah, so just let you know that.
Yeah, I can fix that.
So, personally, myself, I don't have a problem with going forward, adding, the material for the background or the history of the annexation, or that, I don't have a problem with that. But I don't have a problem coming back, having a greater discussion if that eases everybody else's mind. My mind was eased in my meeting, so maybe to alleviate the worry or concern, a meeting might be necessary. Thank you so very much.
Commissioner Carrison.
Let me be clear, I am very, very, very understanding of what a pattern book is, because this is not the only one. We have them throughout the city, and that's why it's imperative that this particular document has what it needs. And that's why I'm adamant on the fact that this document is missing what it needs. And again, we could sit here and talk about it all day long, but we have a whole lot of other things going on in 15 minutes.
That's why I said I don't
So
mind.
I would suggest I'll make a motion if you have no one else. You have no one else?
I have no other speakers on this. Sorry, you didn't see.
I didn't hit the button.
Go ahead, Commissioner Emmerich.
This is for staff, so this has been vetted by staff and the Planning and Zoning Board, and are you in full agreement with the plans, or do you have some restraints on what they're proposing?
No, we're in agreement with what's proposed at this point in time. We've vetted this out over at least the last year. We've gone through and we've made a lot of, we've found a lot of middle ground with the applicant and with the consultants, and really found that they've been great working with us on meeting what our needs have been, as with using the landscape easements on the trees as an example. They've been very willing to accommodate our concerns.
Okay, and on West Village's behalf, are you willing to go back and look at the history and everything, including Northport, a lot more throughout this proposal?
Absolutely.
Because you are within our city limits.
Oh, without a doubt.
And we welcome you.
Let me give
And
it-
I'm not saying that we don't, but we want to be a partnership in this just as well.
Absolutely. I believe staff, city manager, assistant city manager will testify to how cooperative we've been to working with you. This book was 99% written the day I started with West Villages. Some of the areas that have evolved since came to the team were the trees and some of these things that staff has requested we added. So I didn't direct taking out the history. If that's what you want to put back in, we're more than willing to put it back in. We didn't take it out, or I didn't take it out, or I didn't direct it to be taken out for any specific reason. I inherited a program, and I said, okay, how do we put this over the end line? We did, since I started, we updated the trees, which I believe Nicole's in favor of. We updated the street lighting details to match what we're intended to do. And then, quite frankly, the last thing that we would have added, or is just came up this morning with this electronic sign. And I clearly can tell you that was an oversight on the district, the Braves, and West Village's partnership on that sign being 100% electronic. Because it was written into an agreement between those three parties in 2018. I shared that document with Nicole earlier today. And quite frankly, that document should have included the city as a partner in that document. I can't undo what was done in the past. We can just work with it. There are things going forward that I've talked with city management on, saying, let's document this just so there's no confusion between the district, Mr. Crossley, the city, and the developer. Even though we're all working with it today and we think this is what we want, commissions change, staff changes, either at the city or at West Villages. Let's just document and make sure those items are memorialized so there's no confusion down the road. I'll come here every day of the week and work with staff on those type of issues, or the commission.
All right, that's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Luke.
Just one question on what was presented to
Yes.
us today on this. That right side is obviously your digital sign.
Yes.
Is not that whole monument sign though?
No, that whole monument is a monument. Like you see if you go past Grand Paradiso Island Walk, you have the big elaborate stone or brick monuments, and only a small portion of those is the sign. Yeah, the sign is the video board, and I'd have to ask Nicole to get the agreement, but it's got percentages in there that 5 or 10% is of the time in the day is for the West Villages Improvement District to use. A certain percentage is for the Braves use, a certain percentage is for West Villages use, which quite frankly, we see as West Villages use could also be some city uses like, announce for one of the first things I dealt with was the 4th of July fireworks and traffic monitoring. Because these are message boards, so that is the sign. We will be working in detail in the first quarter, our overall monumentation plan, wayfinding plan, but that's kind of coming after some of the initial planning we have been doing with Town Center, which I know the manager's office has set up some meetings to start introducing what we plan on doing in the first quarter with those improvements. They're very excited. We've started to share that with staff, and we're going to be sharing that with you all in the next 2 weeks.
Well, what I was getting at is if that is a monument sign, if it were running vertical instead of horizontal, that's only about 1/3 of that monument area. So I'm not understanding how it's being read as 100% when it's an actual monument sign. It looks like it's about 1/3.
The sign area that is the calculation does not include the supporting structure. I just pulled the definition of it just to confirm that. It's just the area that is the advertising surface. So where the content is.
So it's at
'Cause I had a
13 by 7.
vertical one that I had to deal with on the monument, and it had that fancy area underneath the reader of it. I mean, it kind of looks like this, but it was in a vertical instead of a horizontal. So it's something to discuss.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carrison.
Sure. I'll move to would I continue? Continue? Or, no, I don't want to continue as if continue to first reading.
This
Oh,
is
no,
first reading.
I guess not. I'm trying to get another meeting where we have actual, I guess it would be a workshop. So postpone to a workshop? I don't want to kill it. I'm trying to figure out the proper appropriate words.
Okay.
Does that work? Okay. So I'll move to postpone the agenda item to a workshop after January, before March, contingent upon a post-annexation agreement being approved.
Can I hear that again?
Yeah.
Move to postpone this item to a workshop to take place somewhere between January, but before March, contingent upon a post-annexation agreement being approved. In other words, this does not happen until that post-annexation agreement is done, over, and approved, and it has to be done between January and March. I've been waiting 15 years, I'm done.
Well, here's my concern with that. We're doing the final review on one right now. To quote this commission from the past, you're going to have your backs up against the wall to have to approve that agreement no matter what we bring forward in order to comply with the motion you're bringing, because it's going to have to be done by March. So if you don't approve what we bring you, we're not going to be able to meet what you're telling us to do.
Okay, so let me rephrase it then. I see what you're saying. Don't put the end date on there. I gotcha.
Otherwise,
Okay.
I'm going to hear the
Nope.
statement, our
Nope,
backs are up against the wall.
You're absolutely right. Okay. So move to continue this agenda item to a future workshop after January, pending a post-annexation agreement is approved, period. That's it.
Then we got to figure out how to solve the issue that was just brought up about the Brave sign.
Don't know what to tell you. They should have came here.
I'm going to second it for discussion.
I got a motion on the floor. As stated, is it clear, City Clerk? By Commissioner Carrison, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, Commissioner Carrison?
Well, as you know, I was here, the pattern book is extremely important. We have other pattern books all throughout the city of Northport. Heron Creek has one, I'm pretty sure Panacea has one. They didn't get theirs through. There's
No.
other pattern books.
Urban Design Standards Pattern Book, Heron Creek has their own. And then there's one for Toledo Village, which
That's it,
has
Toledo
never
Village.
gone anywhere.
Okay, so my point is that is a common, it's a common thing in the city of Northport, and the village centers, all of that are typical in Northport, and there are specific requirements to those village centers, town centers, so on and so forth, and we need to make sure that they're consistent. I don't have a problem with taking out the details of what all of the aesthetics within that pattern book, but there are certain things that were in this old pattern book that need to be put in the new pattern book. Specifically, the plans that have already approved should be in there, in the new one. So,
By reference or actually attached?
I'm actually speaking that it's a motion. So I think that if we could sit down and we could talk one-on-one, go through it, determine what's important, what is not important, and while I truly appreciate that staff and the powers that be have sat down and gone through all of this, this commission has not. And it's this commission who has to approve this. And it's this commission who has to hold every other plan, development, rezone, whatever it is that comes from this point on up to that guideline and standard. So it is imperative that we as a commission are a part of that. And I understand that maybe staff doesn't like the old way we did things. And I understand that maybe the West Villages and the new people here don't like the way that we did things back in 05, 06, 07. But there was a true reason and a purpose for the annexation of that land and the development of that district. And I don't ever want to see it go away. That purpose needs to be stated, and it needs to be stated correctly.
Commissioner Emmerich, do you have anything to the motion?
Yeah, I appreciate staff and I believe that they're on the right track with this. And I have the confidence in staff and I have the confidence in this. But I do believe that we do need to have a bigger discussion on this and a lot longer and in-depth conversation. So that's why I'm in favor of moving that part to another meeting. But secondary, city manager also brought up about the sign issue. I think that we could still discuss that now because they're on a timetable with the sign. I would much rather handle that and then, and if you can't do that, I'd be in favor of discussing that. But I do believe we need a bigger discussion on this though, on the pattern book.
Do you have anything, Commissioner?
I don't mind having a larger discussion, but I don't have a problem with the way the book is. If there needs to be some history or that put back in it, I don't have a problem having a meeting, finding those areas and having it plugged back in. I do like the work. I stated that before. I thought it was, as a pattern book, when I found out what it was, I thought it was good work. I don't like making everything wait until after January. I think that is a hindrance to these people when they need something done more quickly. They are our citizens. They are representing that area, trying to move forward, progress within that area and within our city. So I want to be as attentive to them as I would be to anybody else. So I don't like the restriction of the time frame. So I would rather leave it to staff to work with them to bring back when they could. And so because of the constraint of time, I will not be approving this.
All right. Before I can vote on this, I have to ask. And what is a post-annexation agreement and what does that entail? And the city manager said you're almost done with it. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. So could you please enlighten me and anybody else that might be listening?
You've heard of the principles of agreement.
Thank you. Is that what that is?
It's being redone. We've talked many times about it being redone. We talked about the fact that the first principles of agreement that was done references a post-annexation agreement that was supposed to be done
15 years ago?
Yeah. A long time ago,
Yeah.
shall we just put it that way?
Yeah.
Somewhere over 10 years ago. And it never was. I
For
can't
whatever
answer why.
reason.
Doesn't, I don't know, so I won't even try to come up with an answer as to why. We have been working for quite a while to come up with a better agreement than what we have. The principles agreement is probably, considering the size of what we're talking about, the smallest agreement ever written that deals with something so complex. I don't think anybody could really argue that. It's got a lot of, I swear it was negotiated over a napkin at dinner sometime, but it's really not a lot better than that.
I think it was.
So a post-annexation agreement is the exact same thing as a principles of agreement, part two.
It's pretty close to that, yes. In generic terms, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this will have a whole lot more detail. It will have updated everything. Let's keep in mind, the principals agreement, I think, was drafted in 2004. And we're going to bring it to 2020 by the time you guys get it.
Could you please tell me what is, and I don't know if you can tell me, what is, obviously you guys have been working on this pattern book for a year, because I've heard a couple of people saying that. So to me, time is not of the essence if you've been working on it for a year. What other items is staff working on with the West Villages, whether it be pattern plans for other upcoming villages, replats, what else is in the pipeline that's coming up?
I'm going to let the two of them answer what we're bringing. I mean, we just discussed the two big ones. The one that you know that we recently finished back in September, I believe it was the utilities agreement, which covered the wastewater and water plants. One is almost done, the other is just starting. So you had one, you're about to have, you have one in front of you right now. You're about to have another one in January. What is our plan to bring you that? What
other one in January? I'm sorry. Second
redone
reading?
principles of agreement, the post annexation,
that's
whatever you
coming
want
in
to call
January?
it. The plan is to bring that to you in January. Based on today's discussion, what we're considering is bringing to a workshop, both of these items. The post annexation principles of agreement, whatever you want to call it, and this, so you can see them both, compare the two, see how it goes to a workshop so that we don't run into this. So that would be our plan.
From our perspective, I know we have an amendment to the index map and 2 of the pattern plans, but those are very minor modifications that we're working on. I think one of the main reasons we wanted to bring this back as soon as we could was because those were approved consistent with this pattern book, not consistent with the current one, and that was part of the discussion when we approved those. So that was part of the reason why we're bringing these back at that time.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrison?
Can I add one more thing? The other thing, we do have that Marty committed to in the July meetings when the pattern plans were approved. We've already submitted the annexation for the 44 acres, which is not really on the index plan, but that's something staff is working with Sarasota County on creating a straight line map or road map for how that can get done efficiently to get that 44 acres in Northport without creating the need to do hundreds of thousands of dollars of work for something that is 10, 15, 20 years off.
Thank you.
So we got that in the process.
I get the idea. There's a lot of
So-
stuff coming down. I just
Right.
wanted to, thank you. Commissioner Carrison?
Yeah, well, about that should be in your pattern book. It should be locations of possible annexation, and how do you plan on doing that? And how does that quantify what you're doing with our water resources? See, all that should be part of it. So regardless, hoping that we have a larger conversation in the future after you guys actually get this annexation agreement together. My question would be probably the city attorney. Can't they come back as a commission agenda and ask for a waiver for the signs as well as the streetlights and have that approved all by the end of January or end of December, given our special meetings and stuff?
Actually, no, because of the code language, related to waivers for signs. I have it here.
Variances for some.
Yeah, variances, sorry, not waivers,
Thank you.
variances for signs.
Variance, yeah.
That, and I don't have it in front of me right this second, so Nicole, you can correct me if
Well,
oh, here we go.
just-
The variances are only allowed for setback, placement, and projection from building restrictions. It specifically provides that the zoning board of appeals shall not grant a variance to any sign illumination regulations, so that's not permitted by our code.
Oh, it's the illumination, not the size.
Is that all?
What about the streetlights?
That I'm
Whatever the
not sure about.
streetlight issue was, can that come back as a variance, a,
I would have to look into
Yeah.
that.
Can we move on to Commissioner Luke while City
Yeah,
Attorney
yeah,
looks?
yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Luke.
City Attorney, you said that Board of Appeals couldn't cause the variance, correct? Does it state that the commission can't?
That variance under the code would go to the zoning board of appeals.
We would not.
So that
see
wasn't a
it.
limit on the board's jurisdiction, it was a limit on what variances were permitted for.
Okay, so we couldn't speak to that as it's written in the code. Okay. I really like what city manager stated, having a joint meeting for both of them in January. But again, that motion stated it had to be after January. So I don't want to wait until after January. I'd like to get this addressed in January as they had scheduled it. I would like to make an amendment to the motion
I
that
didn't,
it
can I
could
just
come-
clarify? I didn't mean like February, I meant.
That's what you stated,
No, I
after
said after
January.
January.
January is
You
February.
didn't say January 1, you said
Okay.
after January, which
Thought
is
that was
a
common
month.
sense, but okay. But that's what I meant, after January 1st. There
Okay,
you
with
go.
clarification of after January 1, I can agree with the motion. Then if it's going to come back jointly,
I'm gonna take it off the table, you know why? Because my motion was for a workshop. And so I'm gonna, if I got a second, can you take away your second?
I'll take away the second.
Okay, so this way I can say it, and that would be a special meeting.
Thank you.
To hear both the post-annexation agreement as well as the pattern book being the only agenda item to be scheduled sometime after January 1st.
second.
All right, so now I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone. Is it clear, the motion, City Clerk? Thank you. As stated by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that, Commissioner Carrasone?
I think we just beat it to the death, so.
Vice Mayor?
Commissioner Carrasone, thank you for changing that so that everybody can be in agreement. Thank you.
And seeing no lights, I will greatly appreciate you also changing it, because being a workshop, I couldn't vote on that because we need to take action, and we can't take action at a workshop. So I am glad, and maybe to add, City Attorney, if you could schedule one-on-ones with all commissioners about both items, individually, of course, between now and that meeting. I am sure that it will help that meeting go very much smoother. If that's possible, City Manager,
Just have some one-on-one.
just one-on-ones, and if a commissioner would like them.
Oh, okay. I just don't know what, because it's really not the city attorneys, it's.
City Manager, I said.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said city attorney.
Did I
I'm
say
like, what
city
the heck
attorney?
does a
Yes.
poor city attorney have anything to
Yes,
do with
you
this?
said city attorney.
Okay,
so sorry.
you
I am so
scared me. I'm
sorry.
like, what's poor Amber getting
Man.
thrown in under the
I thought
bus
I
for?
I'm sorry, I thought I said City Manager. I'll go back and listen to the tape,
Yeah,
but
That's what I
anyways,
heard.
obviously, City Attorney doesn't schedule one-on-ones for this kind of stuff. City Manager?
Always happy to meet with you whenever you'd like.
More than willing to have her meet with you guys.
I have a second motion that I'm going to throw
Can I
out.
get an answer about the one-on-one meetings, please?
Did you want an answer from me on whether I'm willing to have these? Certainly.
Okay, fantastic.
We'll make them happen.
Thank you. All right.
We're going to get this meeting scheduled as early in January as we possibly can.
Fantastic.
And since it's a meeting, we might actually be able to get a second approval by the end of January.
Exactly.
That's what I would love.
I appreciate that you changed it from a workshop to a meeting
Yeah.
I
also.
am very grateful, because it wouldn't have passed, I don't think.
I'm not, don't look at me. You know I can't stand workshops. The only reason why I said it was because I thought the others would approve it that way.
All right, so do I have any other comments to this item that we're discussing? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Do I need to repeat the motion? Thank you. I guess I should get that answer, I guess if not. And that passed 4-0. So we'll see you sometime after January 1st to get this all squared away.
I'm not done then.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Commissioner
Okay.
Carusone, something else?
City attorney, do we know what code in the ULDC has to do with the signage?
Yes.
Sorry, I had the streetlights pulled up now.
29, isn't it? Signage is
2910 I2.
29-10?
29 at 10 I2.
20 I2?
2910 I2.
Okay, so, and it's titled what, streetlights, or sorry?
It's
signs?
freestanding signs, and then subsection 2 is changeable copy / electronic.
Okay, so,
2920 addresses variances.
so then what we need to do is just bring back the ULDC Chapter 29 on freestanding signs as well as variances at our next meeting. What my point is that if we bring back that ordinance to amend that code, we can add the variance within the code that it would allow them and anyone else with a pattern book that doesn't have this ability.
I'll second it.
You get what I'm saying? Yes. And it'll be a month, that would be approved a month prior to the pattern book, is what I'm trying to get at.
That would
Because if
solve
we could
our
get 'em-
immediate concerns.
If we could get them, you don't get what I'm saying?
It's basically creating
An
an
ordinance.
ordinance or resolution, whatever it is, to provide the two variances that we had built in, or we talked about in the pattern book, to give
It
up.
would change the code.
I don't know that that would solve the problem because, or do it that quickly, because even if you got the code amendment through, it would then still have to come through as a petition and go to zoning board of appeals.
No, I'm talking about us amending a code. That's what I'm talking about.
To say what?
To allow for a separate variance that someone who has a pattern book and unintended consequences to come through and have the ability to go beyond the 60% rule. Simple, easy, basic.
And it allows us
The
to
commission
address
can
it.
grant that variance?
Yep.
So then someone will then need to apply for the variance?
Good point. Okay, so we just word it where, no, that's not gonna work either. I
The
gotta think
pattern
about
book
that.
gives them the ability to request the waiver. So I think by the time you do all of that separate ordinance, you're gonna be done with the pattern book.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was trying to make a way to speed it up, but I was getting nowhere.
All right. I see nothing else on this. Is there anything else from staff or the applicant? And if not, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, see you in 2020 on this item.
Thank you for working with us.
Thank you for working
sir.
with us.
Thank you.
All right, it is now, yes.
May we do item, well, we got proclamations and stuff. The 7.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that all downstairs and we'll just do it in that order. Yeah.
No, not in the order.
No, I know.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
All right, so
Thank
if
you.
the commission can join us downstairs, please?
Pete put something in after these guys.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait. Sorry. Are you sure? Okay. Thank you.
Number 18, she has a basketball game tonight, so we're gonna take 18 cupcakes to our basketball.
Then you have to hold the button down, the left button, hold it down.
I think we've all determined that it's on. But it's not. Lights on, no volume, just going in my life. Lights on, nobody's on.
So this is the time when we do proclamations and recognitions. And before we get started, I'd like to recognize former Commissioner Moore is in the house. Thank you for attending. Hello. And so is former Commissioner Morgan. So thank you very much for being here.
Morgan.
All righty. And
Yeah. That's an idea.
all righty. I think all four of us would like to read this first proclamation. So if Gary Stouch and Sue, could you please come up to the front? All right, we're going to do this one just a little bit different because all of us commissioners are wanting to be a part of it, instead of just having one commissioner read a proclamation like we usually do. So I'm going to start and then I'm going to pass it on. Whereas Gary and Susan Stouch have been truly involved members of the Northport community since moving here, attending groundbreakings, ribbon ceremonies, and commission meetings. And whereas Gary and Sue were among the first members of the New Hope Church, creating and organizing the Car Care Ministry Program, which provided free car care for widows and single moms. Whereas Gary and Sue sold their larger boat that they owned to donate some money to a mom that had medical problems and had 3 children to raise. Vice Mayor.
Whereas Gary and Sue helped organize address envelopes to gather support, solicit food, and make race signs for the first Lamarck 5K run called Run for the Lions. And whereas Gary was the go-to leader on the issue of residents being allowed to store their personal boats in their driveways or property, reading up on all the applicable ordinances and variances, and showing up at meetings.
Whereas Gary and Sue were active supporters of an aquatic center for Northport with a passion for activities in our area that bring families together. And whereas Gary and Sue were an intricate part of Holly's Hope, with Sue serving as a board member, still to this day, and setting up a basket to give away at every event at New Life Church to encourage awareness to the human trafficking issues, and Gary and Sue setting up information tables to talk about depression and other mental issues at various locations, and designing and providing the first posters for the organization Holly's Hope.
And whereas Gary and Sue are an inspiration as they continuously think of others while they personally go through Gary's major health crisis. Their faith and concerns for others has been felt by many in our community. And whereas December 7th is the wedding anniversary of this remarkable couple who amplify what marriage truly means. And I'm going to let the mayor finish.
Now therefore we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, do hereby proclaim December 7th, 2019, Gary and Susan Stouch Day. You had to say something.
Was this wedding,
was this
wedding a Christmas style wedding? Was it Pearl Harbor?
I apologize, I have essential tremors, so I can't hold things steady. I'd just like to thank everybody here. Northport's been a great city. We love it here, and I love these commissioners. Just thank you all.
Thank Do you want to say something? Are you sure? And how many years have you guys been married now? 28 years.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you very much for being here and enjoy your anniversary.
Should we get a picture? Should we wrap around them?
Go ahead.
Hold on, yes, wrap around.
Yeah, there you
Make more of a horseshoe.
There you go.
There you go. For Tiger. Now I look a mess, hold on. You look
Gary and Susan, thank you.
Thank you. Love you. Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love your dress.
Thank you. I hope it was a surprise. Was it a surprise? A little bit.
I tried that morning, can you tell?
We tried so hard.
It was a surprise for me.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next one. Commissioner Luke.
All right, we've got a special anniversary in the city with the Lions Club. Would you guys come on up, please? They're celebrating their 50th anniversary. The city is 60-year anniversary this year. The Lion Club is celebrating their 50th. So the city was only 10 years old when these guys got formed. If you've ever been to a newcomer day, these guys look familiar. They're all over the floor, in every room. They're gathering people as much as possible. All right, whereas the Northport Lions Club is the local affiliate of the Lions Club International, the largest service club organization in the world with more than 1.4 million members in over 48,000 clubs in more than 200 countries, which awards $43 million in annual grants. That's a lot of work. Whereas the Lions Club has 5 global causes: diabetes, vision, hunger, environment, and childhood cancer. And the Northport Lions Club has had an active involvement in all 5 of these areas since becoming chartered on November 23rd, 1969, with the original 36 members. Whereas the Northport Lions Club provides free vision screenings to over 500 local children and adults each year, as well as over 100 eyeglass vouchers to school children. And whereas the Northport Lions Club collects and recycles over 1,500 pairs of used eyeglasses each year. And whereas the Northport Lions Club provides free blood sugar for diabetes screening to over 150 residents each year. And whereas the club also awards an annual scholarship to a graduating high school senior each year. And whereas November 23rd, 2019 marked the 50th anniversary of the Northport Lions Club, and to commemorate that achievement, the club is donating a tribute bench to the city that will be placed at the Garden of 5 Senses Boundless Playground for the enjoyment of all Northport citizens. And now, therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, do hereby commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Northport Lions Club, and we call upon the citizens of Northport to acknowledge the contributions this organization has made within our city, and to also enjoy the donation of the bench in celebration of their accomplishments. Thank you.
The Northport Lions Club wants to thank you so much for this recognition. We sometimes think that we're the best kept secret in Northport, because oftentimes we find people that go, well, you guys are who and what are you doing? But as Jill said, we've been a lot of places in town, we've done a lot of things in town, and we continue to do that. The club was founded, as she said, 50 years ago with 36 members. It's been an integral part of the community and a major service provider to the community ever since, and continues to do that. We hope to continue in the future. Thank you so much.
Could somebody get her camera? Could somebody take the camera from her? Thank you very much.
Here you go, you can hold this.
Give that man a raise. 3% though.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, we appreciate it.
Thank you so much for recognizing us.
The stuff that she does here, I mean.
She's been around longer than me. 30 years, I know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll see you again.
Good.
Thank you very much.
You do a great job.
Thank you so very much.
Alrighty, so now we have some recognitions. Is a William Botek in the house? All right, this recognition is for his personal commitment and dedication to the city of Northport while serving on the Public Utility Advisory Board from October 28th, 2015 through November 13th, 2019. Thank you. How about Holly Luz? All right, this is in recognition of her personal commitment and dedication to the city of Northport while serving on the Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee from November 13th, 2017 through November 13th, 2019. And then how about a Colby Bowman? This is in recognition of his personal commitment and dedication to the city of Northport while serving on the Citizens Tax Oversight Committee from November 2nd, 2017 through November 2nd, 2019. We will make sure that they get these certificates and we appreciate their service to our city. All righty, Assistant City Manager, would you like to present this? If IT would like to come down?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, perfect. I'll just wait for staff to come down. Don't be scared, I won't bite. Okay, I think we're all ready. Okay, thank you. So we're so very excited for receiving this award. The Digital City Survey provides an annual measure of city performance and innovation in using technology. As cities are constantly evolving in their efforts to advance, the survey also evolves to assess and identify emerging best practices. IT has received a total of 8 Digital Cities Awards. And so we're very, very proud to receive another one this year. And as we mentioned, as technology is evolving, so is their surveys, so they're always looking for emerging best practices. This year was no different, and so their focus was on cybersecurity, disaster recovery, and mobile applications, to name a few. So we're very, very proud of this award. Thank you, everybody. Anybody else would like to speak? No.
No?
Oh, very shy.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay,
I will
thank
pass
you.
this on, pass it on to. I think we gotta kind of squeeze
Oh,
in.
do we have to?
Yeah, I think.
I don't know if we're all fit. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And please come and sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, that's great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. She did all the hard work. So you just got to Thank you so much. I like this too. Thank you. Oh, that's
The box.
I thought there was something else in it. All right, I believe. I don't know where Frankie's going, or maybe Miss Julie needs to come on down here. I know. He put this on. Everybody from Solid Waste? There you go. I'm gonna just hold it. You see it.
Okay, sounds good.
Tell us about this award that you received.
Well, let's take it back many, many years ago.
Far away.
About 20 years. I don't know, were you crawling then? But, you know, back then it was tough to find out where the trucks were, how fast they were going, how much idle time, things like that. So I was very fortunate enough to go to a conference, Solid Waste Association of North America conference. And from there, I was able to look at GPS systems, and there was 3 there. And Zonar happened to be one of the best, easy to use, exactly what the city needed. So from there, what we did was we started to use it, and what it does is incredible. We know where all the trucks are, how fast they're going, events, it shows events, idle time. So it's definitely an efficiency for this city. The drivers love using it because it protects them. And also, it works for accidents in this city, protects the city, so it does. Right now, I believe operations is using it, utilities is using it. We brought cities and counties in, they're starting to use it, so it definitely works.
Excellent.
Yep.
So Northport's like the poster child of Zonar.
Matter of fact, we just did we just did a seminar ourselves, right? Just did a seminar, and it was very interesting. It was great.
Fantastic.
Yep.
So tell me how you got the award.
Michael?
Well, actually, Monica picked up the award at the Zonar event in Seattle, Washington. So we also did a webinar to highlight how Northport has used Zonar in all of our city services that was sent out to really organizations across the country. So it was really good outreach for Northport.
Well, congratulations on your award. There you go. Thank you so much.
Always.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You know how I drive.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got me anywhere.
I just had to do that.
I'll have to get to the, let's see.
Are we taking a break or?
No. I think we got another one.
What do we?
All right, Miss Carey, or, I do not have, I see on the agenda there's one for finance, but I do not see any recognition plaque or anything. Is it more of a?
Good afternoon, Kim Farrell, Finance Director. We actually received the certificate from GFOA. So the Distinguished Budget Award, it's the highest award in governmental budgeting. It comes from the Government Finance Officers Association. So it represents a significant achievement. And come on down, guys. Come on, Inez. Come on down. But it's not only finance. It's, come on. And I see we got purchasing here. Come on down. Because it's not just a budgeting office. It's what? Because it really isn't just a budgeting office accomplishment, it's citywide. All of our finance professionals that we have even out in the departments, if they weren't working together as a team, we would not be able to accomplish this. But I want to give special recognition to Lisa and all her hard work. I'm very proud of the team.
Did you get a certificate already?
We did get a certificate from GFOA. It was attached to a copy of it was attached to the agenda, but I think it's in Lisa's office actually.
Just get a little button to put on the plaque.
Yeah.
They don't send us one every year.
Is somebody here to take a picture if we go down and have
Yeah.
a group picture?
You guys can see.
No, we want a picture. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I tell you.
Come on, Vanessa, hold up. All right, I'm going. Don't go so fast. Put those roller skates on.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Gotcha.
Yay, congratulations. Thank you. Gotta get the handshakes. Good job. Thank you. I was just trying to say, I just know one is waiting to ask.
I love your reindeer ears yesterday.
Still also out there you are.
Thank
you. Thank you. Really? Like chopped liver?
Well, you're on the wrong side. You're supposed to be over here.
So fun. Are we, I don't know. If not, I'll leave.
1
All right, moving on. So we have our next item is the Northport Pool plaque. We moved that up in the agenda, but we had the time certain for the presentations and plaque and proclamation. So at this time, there's a pool plaque discussion. So I will turn it over to City Manager for that discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so we are bringing back this per your direction, for the board's direction in regards to the number of plaques for the Aquatic Center. We've attached a resolution that basically lays out how we come to define what names go on a plaque. We followed that for the primary plaque and listed in the legislative text are the names, and I think pretty much everyone will know from the 17-18 budget what was approved for the Aquatic Center that we have now. What was in question was another plaque or multiple plaques. So staff was asked to go back and take a look and research and come back with a recommendation of what we found of monies budgeted
for the purpose of construction of a pool. And so what we found was back in 2010, with an amendment of $4.3 million to construct a pool, we used that, and we're bringing that back as a recommendation for a secondary plaque to go on the aquatic center. So we've included the resolution, some of the budget amendment, CIP pages, and more than happy to answer any questions or open up for discussion.
Right. Commissioner Carrison.
Of course I can't find my notes. So I saw what was presented, but prior to that, in 2009, there was, it was during the community center building. It would be under Teen Center, Community Center, because it wasn't named yet. There was somewhere within the 2009 era up to 2010, the pool gets approved, and then there's a savings, a cost savings somewhere along the line in the community center, and that money is then put towards site development, and I think it was in December of 2009, where the additional design and engineering cost for additional site work to accommodate for the future pool is all put in there. And if I remember correctly, the 2009-2010 budgets simply stated future park expansions or something to that degree, but I couldn't pull up the meetings to find out what the presentation or any of that was. So I think that the 2009 commission is also going to be a part of that as well. Because that's where it originated, was 2009.
So when we talk about origination and we talk about conversations about funding for a pool or a project this large, we are again following the resolution
Right.
so that
It's
this helps us
budgeting.
have this conversation, but it's
Right.
tied specifically, of course, to the approved budget for the project. So when we talk about site development, engineering, planning, design, that's not construction. A lot of times you're going to see numbers in a CIP that are out 5 years. That's a plan. Doesn't mean that we have that funded or it's approved. So we have more than 1 or 2 project pages associated with the concept of a pool. We have maybe up to 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, no,
So
this was
we-
specific to the aquatic center, and it was budgeted by the 09 after the plan.
And I would have to go back and take a look at that specific page, but
Okay.
to say it was referenced to aquatic center, we found a lot that said a pool, 50-meter pool, something that would go to at the Morgan Center, but we'll be more than happy to bring back any of those pages and have a discussion with the commission if they'd like to review those. Again,
It doesn't matter.
we just brought back what we found to kind of closer to
I
relate to the
personally think
resolution.
at the very least, you got to do the 2 plaques. The ones for
Commissioner
the
Luke?
10, and I was not done.
I thought you
but-
were done, I'm sorry.
No. But I think at the very least, you need to bring back the 2010, that you found the solid evidence that they budgeted for it. I think it's 2010, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, the 2010 commission, as well as the commission that was also mentioned, that at the very least, those 2 commissions need to be mentioned. But I still think there's more, I guess. The 2009 commission, I think, is definitely in there.
Are you done now?
Now I'm done,
Thank you
sorry.
very much. Commissioner Luke?
The way I read the ordinance or the resolution that they brought forward, I'm in agreement with staff's determination. It's when the funding is there for the project. If you're just putting money in, you'd have umpteen plaques on everything around the city. And so I don't want to start something like that. So I'm in agreement with what staff is saying, that it was funded by one commission. I even followed up with staff to find out about the funds that were put in 2010, because the project was scrapped, the money was used somewhere else. It wasn't even carried over for use of a pool. So again, I'm in agreement with staff's report. Thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich, did you have anything to this?
No, I'm good with it.
Okay. I have a question. I was reviewing the fiscal year 10-11 CIP, and I don't know if staff is going to be able to answer this, city manager, but in there, it had $4.3 million from various funding sources for a 50-meter pool. But then they had expenses of $4.3 million that I don't know was expended or if it was being proposed in the CIP sheet to be expended. And it was for design and improvements other than buildings. And I don't know what improvements other than buildings included, and did this money actually get expended?
Thank you.
We'll probably have to come back with that to find out if that money actually got expended. That again was money that was budgeted and approved, but not sure if it was carried over to what we see right now as the Aquatic Center, because 12 million was budgeted for that. But this was the first attempt to have a money in that amount, 4.3 million, amend to the budget for that purpose. But to tell you if it was spent, I could ask staff, Sandy, which
Sherry
it was not. I don't know if we have that answer. We'd have to get back with Mayor.
Okay.
Let's call Sherry.
Here's where I'm going with this. This pool, regardless of it being a 25-meter, 50-meter aquatic center, has been in the discussion for decades. And if we start putting up a plaque for everybody or every commission that had discussed the pool, we wouldn't have enough space on a wall. So I would like to see if the commission would be amenable to having the plaque with the commission that approved the construction. That would be the commission that was in place in 2017. Mayor Yates, Vice Mayor Carasone, Commissioner Hanks, Commissioner Luke, and Commissioner McDowell. With a big line, because I think you also include like the architect and stuff too on those, don't you?
You mean for design?
So on the plaque, is it just the commission or is it the architect? Is it the
commission?
The
No, is it-
contractor?
I don't, you want to come and speak to it? I don't know what's on the plaque.
It's the commission. That's what the resolution says. It's just the commission. It's in the resolution.
Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. If you go by the resolution, it specifically states it's the commission and the way that they are listed.
Fantastic.
Doesn't
Thank
have
you.
anybody else.
So because this commission took all of those ideas from all of the prior commissions and had it happen, okay? But that doesn't diminish the fact that other commissions were involved in one way, shape, or another. Maybe what we can do is on the bottom of the plaque, put with gratitude, we'd like to recognize all the previous commissions and the citizens. And that way then it covers everybody, because if we start doing a second plaque, there might be a commission that said, hey, wait a minute, we were involved in that. Hey, wait a minute, there was another commission that put some money aside. The money may have been put aside, but it never was used. And I think by having a line on there saying, we recognize with gratitude the other previous commissions involved in the pool.
Questions? I don't mind that.
So that was an idea that I had. And I just wanted to share that to see if anybody is amenable to it. But because I don't know if this $4.3 million was actually spent on something having to do with the construction of this pool, I don't know if I can approve a plaque for that. So, Commissioner Carasone.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue, or to move this agenda item to the first January commission meeting. And I'll explain why. If I get a second.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, the reason why I'm going to continue it is because I think there's a lot more information that I need to look at. I am almost certain that that money that you're talking about is the money that the 2009 commission budgeted for the design, the plan, the aquatic center master plan, the design of it, and then the site work. I believe that's what that money is. And I want to see the meetings, which were not readily available to me. So, however, regardless of the 09 commission is intact or not, it doesn't even matter. At the very least, the 2010 and the 2017, right? 2017 commission need to be on the plaque. That at the very least, because that is what the ordinance says. Whether there's supposed to be another one for 09 or if you put them in underneath the 2010 commission, it doesn't matter. But my point is that the resolution is very clear. It states who budgets the money for the project, and there's no deviation from that. So I'm okay with holding it off till we get more information until January. This is not something that has to be done tomorrow. It's budgeted for, it's just a plaque, and nobody's going back there until May anyways. So I don't see it as an urgent necessity. And that, if that's the case, I would like to get more information on who actually budgeted that original, what was it, 4 million you said, Mayor? Or
4.3 million
Right.
in fiscal year 10-11.
And I would like to find that information out, and then, because I believe prior to that, it was just considered the Spring Haven project, and it was considered the future parks expansion. They didn't have a real name for it, but regardless, I would like to have a full board when we have this decision. I would like to follow the resolution, our ordinance, I think it's an ordinance, right?
Resolution.
It's a resolution, sorry. Follow a resolution and make sure that we have at the very least, the two commissions recognized. So that's why I said, let's just postpone it until we get a full board after January. Or after January 1st, sorry.
All right, that was a motion, and did I get a second?
Well, I said a motion, that was my conversation about the motion. And the second was from Commissioner Emmerich.
So there's a motion on the floor to continue this to a meeting, the first meeting in January, by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Since Commissioner Carasone already stated something about it, Commissioner Emmerich, and then we'll go to City Manager who wants to speak to this.
Yeah, if everybody remembers, back in the day when the Morgan Center was built, actual construction did take place for the pool. They did stuff out all the water and utility lines at that point for the Northport pool. So if you're using that as evidence that it has to be construction, there was construction that did take place in that time period. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Emmerich. City Manager.
I apologize, Mayor. I think I'll wait for the vote because I do have a question then on what more information would need to be brought back. So I'll wait to ask that.
Okay. Commissioner, Vice Mayor, did you have anything to speak to this?
I read it the same way that staff read it, that is budget for the project to be completed. That's the way I interpreted it. And staff had told me any money that had been put aside wasn't used for it. It was spent on something else. So to me, the earlier board of 2017 is the one who actually funded it. So I'm in agreement with what they have found.
All right, and my comment on this is I cannot approve 2 plaques until I know how that 4.3 million, if it was spent or not spent, was used. And I also would like to find out because I too have heard that the lines were run, some of the footers might have been set. When was that done?
If it was.
If it was done, because there's a lot of conjecture, but I haven't seen evidence. And I would like to see the evidence that that was part of the Morgan and the lines and stuff like that. So I will go ahead and say yes for continuing this for more information. But City Manager, are you sure you want to do the vote first, or do you want?
I can ask a question.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we talk about more information, and we've heard a few different requests, I want to be able to make sure that we have enough direction for finance to be able to also come back and support with evidence of budget, what was spent on what. So if I'm hearing you, you would like a history of money budgeted related to a pool with expenditures, what it was spent on, and kind of maybe a timeline. I'm just trying to understand a little bit more of the information. What was budgeted versus what was spent, if it was spent, what it was spent on. So
Yeah,
just so that we know what we need to bring back.
Yeah, what was budgeted, what was spent, but in regards to the pool in this area, it's, because that's really the key. I mean, there may be conversation about pool at Dallas White, there may be conversation about
Well, that's the
pools.
2009.
Well, no, and 2008 actually is when that happened. But 2009 is when they made the conscious decision that it was going to be at the new teen center / youth community center, however they said it. Anyways, my point is that 2009 is when the decision-making occurred. 2010 would have been the 2010 budget, and then 2010 in the 2011 budget is where they put more money towards it. So that's my point, is that as long as it's in that area.
So I'm looking at it, and just to clarify, because I have the CIP sheet in front of me, and it was for the fiscal year 10-11. It's a CIP sheet. There is nothing for the Butler Park pool in prior years. It is only in fiscal year 10-11 that they budgeted 4.3 million, but in that same fiscal year, they said they wanted to spend the $4.3 million in that same fiscal year. And that's where I am saying.
Found them all. I'll tell you when, because I
So-
emailed them all.
City Manager, did you have anything else to this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I think at this point, we will just move this forward, and then if any individual commissioner has some individual questions, they can email the city manager like we do for every other agenda item, okay? So we have a motion on the floor to move this to the first meeting in January. We'll go ahead and call the question, seeing no other comments. All right, and that passed to 4-0. Moving on. Well,
You can move on. I'm going.
if we take a break now, we have quite a bit left to go. Do you want to take, City Manager, I need your help on this decision, because if we take a break, it's going to have to be a dinner break, because it is 5 o'clock. And then when we get back, we'll just have to reconvene and finish the whole meeting.
We've only got 3 more
Only got 3 items left. We can take a break and come back.
10-minute break.
The city, I
Got
see
6A, 6B, and 6C.
1, 2, 3,
6A, B, and C.
but the city-owned lots, I thought was going to be a larger conversation. I don't know. All right, we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to just
Sounds
plug
better.
through. If you're hungry, grab something in 15 minutes. Alrighty, guys, we're back. It's 5:17, and we're going to continue on. And next item on the agenda is challenge coins. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is just for discussion and any action. You would ask staff to come back with information. I apologize, my legislative text just disappeared. Sorry, Mayor, my legislative text just disappeared. So to bring back information on challenge coins, so staff has, I think, included some pictures, pricing, and this was a conversation just going back. The commission wanted to have the ability to hand something out if it was at an event or to anybody without it coming back to the board. I'm sorry, I lost my legislative.
Fantastic.
Press too many buttons.
Does anybody have anything to speak to this?
I don't mind doing it. I saw the pictures of it. Would we get a variety of them, or is it, I mean, the pricing, is it for a variety, like a variety pack? Or do you have to order just one or one style or whatever?
I do not have the information on that. I apologize. I think it was per coin, but I don't know if it was as far as in bulk or anything.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner Luke?
It's kind of hard to make a decision when you don't have all of the information. Sorry. I mean, I like the idea, I like the looks of it, I like the intent behind it. I've seen some of the other coins that are throughout other departments, and they're nice, but, I mean,
You don't have a cost?
well, the cost depends upon the size and what you're gonna do. So I asked is it a variety pack, or is it just one that we're selecting, or how many, what's in the bulk, that type of information. I don't know if police chief has, because he gets them for his department, maybe he has more information.
It's just reading from the text. It says pricing for challenge coins range from $3.50 to $12 per coin, depending on the size. So it says the fire and police department, they have 1.75 inches. So I'm not sure if that's on the less expensive side, but just reading the information that was brought to us. So I apologize, I'm just reading what we have in front of us. So it appears it's per coin.
There's got to be, I'm
Could be
sorry.
bulk.
Anything else, Commissioner Luke?
No?
Commissioner Carrison?
There has to be when you buy in bulk, when you buy, say if you buy 100 of them, the price goes down and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I would only start out with 100 of them, honestly. And I would get the bigger coins, and I don't mind any of the designs other than the fact that, how much I dislike that logo with the sun, and then I love our seal, but I really just don't, I'm not real happy with that one logo.
Wait.
Did you make a decision on something?
Commissioner Emmerich, we're still talking, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Well, no, she was talking about the logos. You could have the logo on one side, and then the other side could be what the depictions of these pictures are. You could have the best of
Well,
both
that's what I'm
worlds.
saying. If you look at the back side of the one, let me find it. It's that logo underneath with the wording, but you could take that logo out and just put the wording, I guess. I'm sure you could. It'd probably be less expensive in print that way too. You just have the seal on one side. Because the idea is to give this to someone versus, to hand them out to someone that, so for instance, when we did the proclamation tonight, you could have gave Gary and Sue a coin, with the proclamation, I guess. It's for something special, but yet not as special as the key, at least
Well,
that's.
and
that's
it
the
doesn't
intent.
have to go before the board
Exactly.
in order to
That's what
do.
I'm
Commissioners can
Hey,
do
guys,
that.
hold
on
up,
their
hold
own.
up. One at a time for ADA. Wait until I call on you, please. Commissioner
Sorry.
Carrasone, you have the floor.
Well, I think, as Commissioner Luke was saying, that it could be handed out to anyone, and so I guess maybe more than 100 would be. But again, we need a pricing on that. So I guess tonight is really about which one do you want, and then you can get prices on, correct, on how much it would be for 100, for 1,000, what have you.
Sure, I don't think that'd be a problem.
Commissioner Luke?
I don't think I want to choose just one of those that it's showing. I want a variety pack. So I would be interested in that. Personally, myself, I like our logo. I'm proud of our logo. So I have no problem with it being on there. The professionalism of the seal being on the front, to me, is the most important. But yeah, I like all of the sayings. So I'd like a variety pack. That's it.
So my thoughts on this whole thing is, if you have a variety pack, I'm sure there's a charge for each template that has to be made, because they have to create the template to be able to create the coin. And so you would have at least 4 based on what I see here. I am not in favor of challenge coins. I feel that as a commission body, we work as a body and not as individuals. We have the ability as individual commissioners to say, hey, I want a proclamation, follow those proper procedures. Hey, I want to do a recognition, follow those proper procedures. Key to the city, follow those proper procedures. But to then add a challenge coin that any commissioner can pass out to anybody willy-nilly, to me reduces the intent of what a challenge coin is. Each department can pass out challenge coins. That's a department-wide thing, because they don't have really any other way to give out recognition. So just themselves. So for that reason, I am not in favor of anything else with this, but I know I am in the minority of it. So I had to put my thoughts out there for everybody else to consider. So Commissioner Carrasone.
I'm ready for a motion when you're...
I have others that want to speak. Commissioner Luke?
I agree with what you're saying. We are a body of one, and 5 going out awarding to whatever they want to do, it kind of dilutes. But I still would like to see the challenge coin and use it along with a proclamation or something. It's not a key to the city. The key to the city is, like Commissioner Carrasone was talking about, it's the highest honor. There's reasoning behind it. But besides the proclamation, if you wanted to issue something, you could do that too. So I don't mind doing it in that regards, but after you stating what you did, I have a little problem with it being given from a commission standpoint, and it's one commissioner and not the body. Thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, on this guidelines of the variety pack and everything like that, I agree with the mayor about the templates and stuff, and I wouldn't agree with going with all 4 of them. I would go with 2 of them, and that would be the bottom 2, because they are personalized. It was for the individual, you made a difference, or in honor of your greatness. Those would be the only 2 that I would actually go for. I mean, you met the challenge and achieve anything, that's very broad. I think it's more personalized when you give them the coin and you acknowledged that they made a difference. That's just my opinion, and I just wanted to put that out there.
So my final thoughts, and then we'll get a motion on this, is that if you're to me, a challenge coin does not have the same hierarchy. Challenge coin to me is like on the low end of the totem pole, and then maybe a recognition certificate, and then a proclamation where you're giving somebody a day in the city and recognizing that, and then the key to the city. I just, if you're going to be passing out a proclamation and a challenge coin, I just don't see the value of a challenge coin. A proclamation is much higher of a hierarchy than a challenge coin.
I have a question.
So, go ahead, Commissioner Luke.
What I'd like to ask you is, suppose we had those coins like that Do the Right Thing program, we could actually hand each of those children one of those coins from the commission at that point, or we have the school children come in, they have achieved really good, recognition, and we bring them in and we honor them. I mean, it's something that could be given to each of them from the commission when we honor them too.
But usually when we have the school kids here or Do the Right Thing, they're getting a certificate, they're getting the pomp and circumstance of being up here. My understanding of the intent of a challenge coin is that I could just hand it to whoever I felt like outside of these chambers. That's what my understanding of this challenge coin is. I see no other lights, so if
I
you
had
guys...
my light on, but apparently it went away.
Okay, Commissioner Carrison.
Move to order the 2 challenge coin designs. And of course, I have no design. That's my luck. Let me see yours. Oh, or this. The one saying you made a difference, with the other saying in honor of your greatness. At the larger size. And that'll be it, right?
I'm sorry, how many did you say?
I didn't.
Oh.
That's different. Just saying to use the 2 logos.
And get prices? Is that what you're
Well,
doing?
what else are we going to do with it?
I'm not done. I mean, I'll explain if I get a second.
I'll second.
Did you get the motion though? It's to order to use the 2 designs in ordering the challenge coins.
So you are ordering.
In the larger size. That makes sense.
Do I
That
hear a
makes sense,
second?
right?
It does, yeah, I'll second.
So I have a motion on the floor to order the larger size of 2 challenge coins, You Made a Difference, and In Honor of Your Greatness, by Commissioner Carrison, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich.
Okay, so first of all, yes, you are correct. These coins were supposed to be the minimal, the ability for a commissioner to recognize someone on an individual basis. And yes, that can be done now. You can write letters. There are several things you can do as an individual commission, but there is no reason why you can't allow someone to have a challenge coin, just recognizing that maybe there's something wrong with, that they're ill, or that they've done something in the city and maybe it doesn't rise to the proclamation side of things, but still they did something special. Or even when we go to schools and we speak to school children, it would be cool to hand them out there. I would say that the best way to handle what Commissioner McDowell's concern is to put a limit. Everybody gets 500 challenge coins to hand out through the year and be done with it. You know what I mean? You're out of challenge coins, you're out of challenge coins until the next budget cycle. I think they're very minimal amount of money that you can order them in a large, when you order them in mass quantities, be it 2 different designs, still you order a mass quantity, it's going to be less expensive. So I would say that I know that when we had this conversation, that was what the unanimous, either it was a vote or a consensus, I can't remember, but the unanimous board had come up with, and that it was kind of to allow for us to be able to recognize individuals without having to go before the entire body. I don't see a problem with it. Like I said, we're allowed to do it. We do it now. It's not as wonderful as a proclamation or a key. So this is just one additional way to recognize our great people here in the city. And I think it's important that we try to promote in a positive manner our city as much as humanly possible. And this is a minimal amount of money that the city manager has already stated that there's money that could be used for this, so.
Before you go on, I'd like to correct your last statement because according to the legislative text, it says no funds have been budgeted for this
He
purchase.
said that there, money could be found, that there were like, I think, what did he say? Not contingency, but there were things that weren't going to be utilized throughout the year, that it's such a low amount of money that it wouldn't be a problem.
I just wanted
Of
to.
course, a budget amendment would have to come before us, I would assume, maybe not, because there's some general budgeting in there that would be for
Is there any-
materials or something.
Commissioner Emmerich, you seconded that, so do you have anything to?
Yeah, another thing that we're not even thinking about either is they can be presented to employees as well, not just citizens, because some employees out there do go above and beyond the call of duty, and that is a nice little special recognition for them putting in their hard work and their hours. It's just another option that we could use them for.
Commissioner Luke?
Everybody's got great points on this, and we were trying to reach a solution as to get something where we could honor people. The thing that I don't like about the motion is that it's talking about ordering them, but we don't even have a pricing at this point. So I would rather have the motion be that we get the pricing on these two, have it brought back so we see how many we want per commissioner and go from there rather than just flat out ordering them right now.
And Mayor, if I may clarify, that's what I meant. We can't just say order nothing. My point is that those are the two designs to order, not send an order in, as in those were the two designs to use. How's that? But they're going to have to come back with how many do you want? What do you want the maximum limit to be, if there is any? I mean, it's got to come back.
So what your motion is doing is requesting that staff utilize those two designs to get the pricing of how much it would be.
Right. Thank you for clarifying.
Can we possibly get an amendment? Because I heard ordering, and that's what I was expecting staff to do, was to go out and order those two challenge coins.
Yeah, same here.
So, and I was going to ask, how many are we ordering? So.
How do I do that? Do I just restate, or, I mean, for clarification, it meant to bring back the information, yes, city clerk, I like how you do that. And
I had on there, you used the word use. So I had used the two challenge coin designs, you make a difference, and in honor of your greatness in the larger size. Maybe just add for additional pricing information be brought back by staff.
Okay, so an amendment, amend the motion to have staff bring back the pricing and the ordering amounts associated with those, the quantity amounts associated with those pricings.
I'll second that.
Before we go on, city attorney, by doing this amendment, and then the motion is saying to order them, is that conflicting?
The motion doesn't.
Her motion was used. When you restated it, you said order, but she used the word use.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So there's a motion on the, an amendment on the floor by Commissioner Carusone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to the amendment?
No, ma'am.
Call the question?
How about the amendment first?
Yeah, the amendment.
First.
That's what I.
Yeah.
Oh, could I please revote? I hit the wrong button. I am so sorry. And I just sent it because I am not in favor of this, and And now we'll vote on the main motion, please. And again, I dissented on that for the same reasons. I am not in favor of this. All righty, we are going to move on to city-owned lots and neighborhood focal points. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have brought back an item that was discussed during the April 10th, 2019 commission meeting. And that discussion was to bring back city-owned property in the form of a map and possibly some statistics and more information. We've done that. Also, on September 17th, during commission workshop, there was also discussion for defining what a city neighborhood would look like, and we thought this would be a good opportunity while we were talking about city-owned lots to combine the two. So just as a brief overview of city-owned lots, as referred to in the backup and what we'll be going over today, as of today, there's 1,092 lots owned by the city. Of those lots, 889 are in existing use, and those are for our current facilities that we're occupying, such as our fire stations, public work buildings, open spaces, parks. Additionally, there's 184 lots that have been identified for future use, and those were vetted by the departments over probably the last couple of years, where they've seen that list, identified what lots they could use for the future. Could be parks, fire station, road and drainage for their access to their waterways. And then lastly, the remaining lots were what we brought back for consideration for our land bank, and that would be our surplus lots. And then again, just to mention, we also will have staff here to talk about an overlay that we've brought forth for neighborhoods and what that would look like as far as any pocket parks or anything else we'd like to use those lots for. We have staff here that will be doing the presentation. We'll have Nita Hester, our GIS administrator from IT, Chuck Speak from Public Works, and Nicole Galehouse from NDS. And we're ready and excited to talk about these lots. So we'll have our maps up that we'll be able to put up on the screen. We're going to have Nita that's going to be able to go through and answer and kind of take a deeper dive in the layers to get information. We'll have Nicole that also be supplying some help, and then Chuck's here to talk about history of any of the properties that were transferred from GDC to us. Thank you.
Alrighty, I have Commissioner Luke. You're up first.
To staff, does all of this that we were handed, does that include the sheeted lots that the county was supposed to be getting a list and presenting to us? I mean, it was going on for months. I mean, lots of months, just not a couple, but lots of months. And we were waiting to discuss this until the county finalized what they were going to do with the sheeted lots.
That one page you gave me. So Commissioner Luke, I provided, I think it may have been a month or so ago, a bit of the history on the sheeted lots of where we were at on that. So we're done with that process as far as having any lists being brought back. As far as looking at those. So the county has moved forward, and they'll be, as I mentioned in the memo, disposing of those lots, and we'll be receiving the proceeds from those. So I can speak.
So this does not hold those as sheeted lots. Those as sheeted lots will stay in the hands of the county. They will sell them and then turn the proceeds to us?
Correct. The more recent list that was discussed and sent out, I think, just about a year or so ago. I do have some information, though, on of this map, I think some of the sheeted lots. So
Let's just clarify
Sure,
and make
we'll
sure
do
that we're
that.
talking, there's two sets of sheeted lots. Those
Right.
that were given to us in the original agreement, and those that they wanted to change the agreement and then have since not done that. We did not receive any in the second set. We did receive what was required in the original agreement.
I think those were with 100 lots.
That
100
we actually
lots.
received 101 lots.
And that's included in our total of our 1,092.
And Mayor, can I just clarify? Isn't that, they sell the lots and we get a percentage of what that sale is, and I think it's only like 20%, right? I thought it was a minimum.
Back, I think it's 40,
55.
55.
55%, okay.
Commissioner Luke, do you want to continue, or you?
Because there have been some people who have reached out to me who want to purchase the lot next to them, and it's owned by the city, or, you know, the county's got it, it's in a sheeted lot, and they're wanting to purchase it. And so, especially one gentleman was writing monthly, trying to find out when we were going to come to an end of all of this. So, pretty much nothing would have changed at all. I mean, because I was told that the county was, in fact, I think it was said in a meeting here, that the county was finalizing the last of sheeted lots, and we're going to be turning them over to us for us to decide, unless that came from administration and the commissioners shot it down. That may have occurred.
So I believe, I'm just going based on my memory from the memo that I submitted, I believe it was tabled or pulled from an agenda. And from that point on, the county went ahead as their right to follow the original agreement. They went and disposed of those lots to give us our percentage. Just to go back to your question on a gentleman that's looking for property, that's what we're here to talk about today. Whatever the commission, if they bless the properties that we have in front of you, then we welcome, and I would need your direction on those surplus lots or any lots if someone is interested in swapping or purchasing, that it would be based on the information that we're providing today. So to go back, there in this 1092, there's 100 lots that were sheeted from the past that are included. The more recent ones, they are not on this map, and those are going to be sold, and we'll be getting the proceeds from that.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification, because this gentleman's been put off being told that the excuse or the reason from administration was that we were waiting for the county to finalize what they're doing with those sheeted lots. So that helps me to be able to give him a proper answer. Currently, we don't have a process to sell property, I was told. There was a gentleman who was wanting, and I see it's one of the ones in red that could potentially be sold over in our industrial park. City owns property in the industrial park. They were wanting to purchase it, and for over a year, we're trying to find out how much the city would want. And come to find out, probably about 8 months ago, I found out city doesn't have a process. You actually have to approach the city and say, hey, I'll give you thus and such amount of money for it, and make an offer, and then it would be decided whether they wanted to or not. But right now, there's not a process. So are we talking about developing a process to sell these also?
Just to go back to your statement on a process and somebody pursuing or asking a question, we'd be more than happy to always to entertain somebody coming in looking to purchase city-owned property. As far as a process in place, we have the ability to, it's not that we, and I just want to make sure I understand your question as far as a process. Are you talking about maybe having something publicized and put out X amount of lots, this is for sale, public come, bid on it, take a look at it? We don't have something like that in process right now. What's been happening in the past and continues on is that we receive public inquiries. If people are calling or coming in, they've noticed that they're city-owned lots, they'd like to purchase either for their own use of a house, commercial, swapping. And then what the statement has been over the last probably 6 months to a year is we are finalizing that information. We're finalizing exactly what is city-owned property, what is surplus. We're going to be bringing that back to our commission. Once again, that is blessed, then we'll be able to go back to those folks and go, okay, we've got a list of properties. We can have a discussion on selling those. But specifically, you're correct. There's not a procedure out there to advertise or to market properties. That would come from your direction, and we could move forward in that direction.
It was not our current Economic Development Department, but it was the previous. I believe that is like the last property in the industrial park, and we were sitting on it because we owned it. And there was a nice company wanting to come in to develop industry there, and actually light industrial. And because they received no answer, they went somewhere else.
Yeah, I believe they did receive some answers. We did, if it is the same group that I recall, we asked for a business plan. We asked for more information of what they were going to build, and we did not receive that. We talked about price per square foot, and if I recall again, just on my recollection, that wasn't negotiated or acceptable for this person. So I know for sure we had discussions with a company. I know that we asked for specific deliverables. I know those deliverables were never provided to the city manager or myself. And at that point, we did not hear anything after that, so.
We probably aren't talking about the same company then.
Lido Blade?
This was a female running a
I
company.
couldn't tell you if it was a male or female, but the property was in the light industry and it was off the Toledo Blade.
All right. Mayor, I believe that is all the questions that I have. Actually, I'll just piggyback onto that because we don't have the process. Are we going to be talking about the process tonight too, or will we come back when we decide if we want to sell some of these properties to set up a policy?
I think that's a great question right now. Again, we're looking from the map, 19 properties right now as of today that could be used for surplus. I do have a list of folks, maybe 10 to 15 from the public that have inquired of lots. I don't know if it's of those 19, but just in general of city-owned lots. We'll be more than happy to provide a process after direction and consideration. I just want to add, though, we are actively involved in purchasing land and can be swapping and selling. I'm doing it right now, so to say we don't have a formal policy, that's correct, but we're in action and we're meeting those needs for questions that we get and everything. But certainly would love to bring back something formal, or if we even get input of what the board would like to see, then I could work on doing that.
Brings up another question before I relinquish. Do you have an actual policy to swap? I know you've swapped in the past because of the Myakka Greenway or Myakkahatchee Greenway. So do you have a process in place for that?
Sure, there's a process, not a board policy. I mean, if someone's interested in along the creek to swap property, we use our consultant who's part of our land acquisition company, and they negotiate basically what the property is worth, say, off the creek, and we compare it to our property and find a comparable, and then we would go through the exchange of swapping that property and still kind of going through the legal review and going through, I'm not sure if we bring it back to the commission, but I think it's just kind of handled, again, just through the land acquisition process.
Well, the 889 existing use, 184 lots have been identified by staff as proposed future uses, and that would include swapping for archaeological sites. So how are you distinguishing between the 184 being able to swap versus these 19 you're saying that are surplus?
So 19 are surplus that we don't want, we don't need, that we could sell. Of the future use of the 184 lots, some of those have been identified. I can just throw out a number, for example, for the creek properties, we've identified 25 properties we could swap. So we've identified through our, to simplify it, our mapping system, we've identified every single lot and every single use. So I can differentiate and I can show anybody, hey, this is what's up for swapping, this is what's up to sell, and this is what we have identified for future city use. So we track all of that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Carrison.
So I'm a little confused now. I thought 19 surplus properties, why can't they be used for swapping?
the 19 surplus properties, when we identified, they weren't, I don't know what, for lack of a better word. Sure.
So the 19 surplus properties, when we evaluated which ones could be used for swapping, we looked at proximity to those archaeological sites. Generally speaking,
Now, just the Myakkahatchee and the environmental impact side.
I think for both, I think the idea with either scenario is proximity and the type of lot it is. So if it's on the creek, looking for something that's on the water somewhere else.
Okay, so what if they-
comparable lots.
Okay, but so when we did the Atwater Park project, what we did was, because we did not have a parcel of land that large, we did exactly what you're saying. We swapped properties, but they weren't adjacent. They weren't even developed.
Right.
But they swapped a property that was on the east end for that, way out in Yorkshire for the property that was on Atwater. So my point is that I get you're saying comparable, but having the 19 surplus properties aren't necessarily true that it's not swappable land, correct?
Just to
Even on Price
clarify,
Boulevard,
that we have identified properties that we want to use for swapping.
okay.
There are 19 lots that we have no identified use for. So
Thank
you could say, we want to use those for swapping, or you could say, we want to use those for selling, or somebody could come back and say, hey, wait a minute, I need that for a
Because
bridge.
Thank you, because what if someone on Price Boulevard owns a piece of undeveloped land and one of these 19 surplus properties is in a actual neighborhood and they say, you know what, that is way more my style than living on a main road. So I will swap with you for that piece of property.
Yes.
I mean, we just haven't identified that yet.
Correct. On this map, what we're giving you is what we have identified and what's
Okay.
left that we did not identify for anything.
Thank
currently
you. So it's not
or
that it's
future.
not able to be used, it's
It's
we're
not
just.
desirable. It's not desirable.
Well, not desirable for
Right.
the projects that you have determined to be swappable land. Have you looked at any of the Price Boulevard lots to swap out that land?
No, I'm not involved in that
Thank you.
project.
Okay. Have you looked at any of our city-owned properties that are designated parkland to start swapping out that's around them so that we can enlarge that parkland?
Yes, we
Yeah.
did that.
Yeah, we've
Okay,
done
all
all
over the city.
For the most part, yeah, that was part of
Okay.
the
We
future
sent
use.
this
That's what
out
we
to
did.
all
Yeah.
the departments
Yeah.
to see if they needed or wanted any that
To
didn't have a
expand
specific
open
use yet.
space, parks, to expand access to all the drainage areas, to expand facilities. We vetted every single property.
Tropicare, to expand the, maybe Tropicare's right-of-way use. Look at that. I mean, I can think of a million possible projects for the future that maybe putting your future hat on, trying to think of, like the boulevards that exist today. Maybe we need to start swapping that land now so that come 10 years down the road, we're not sitting here saying, oh my God, how are we gonna build it? We don't have that property. But with that in mind, I could have sworn that we had this conversation and maybe even a consensus that we would allow the person or property owner that had the lot line directly adjacent to it to have a first right of refusal. Did we not have that on record, or it's a possibility that that was
Not-
something I wanted and just didn't come out.
Not in my research anywhere that I
Okay.
found
That
as far
was
as
in the
anything.
original agreement for the escheated lots back
Yeah.
in 2006.
The Escheated lots,
Yeah.
that's where it was. Okay, all right. So it did exist, it's just that,
It
okay.
didn't have anything to
It's
do
like
with
first
this.
come like if it's adjacent, I think it said maybe adjacent property owner, but
We
that
get
was
it.
just for those sheeted lots.
Okay,
Nothing that we're
okay.
talking about
'Cause I
right now.
personally, I would like to see that for the 19 lots. That if there is an adjacent property owner that, lives right next door or right one way or the other, and they want to expand their property, because remember, the larger property, the larger your tax base is gonna be, that they get a first right of refusal to purchase, and they get, I don't know, 60 days. Because it does take time to secure funding and such, but they get 60 days to answer, and then after 60 days, then you can, hold on to them for swapping land, or you can open it up for others, I don't know. how you want to do that. I personally don't like selling property unless it's the person who's in the adjacent landowner and they want to expand their property. And the reason why I don't want to sell any property is because I do see larger scale projects coming down the pike that instead of us purchasing all that property in Springhaven, wouldn't it have been great to have all those blocks of land to say, listen, guys, what about swapping this one, this one, this one, and this one? And maybe they would have done that. You know, we don't know. I know that they weren't interested in anything other than the dollar, but my point is that we don't know what the future will hold. And so I hate to get rid of any asset that's a possibility for future, I don't know, addressing future needs, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. How do we know that?
Toolbox.
Right, a tool in the toolbox. So, I mean, again, someone who's adjacent to it, if they want to expand their homestead, I'm good with that. But other than that, I just hate the idea of selling it, period. So.
Is that all you have, ma'am? Commissioner Emmerich, your turn.
Yeah, I just got a simple question. I don't know if we have a policy in place, but if we're gonna take these lots and we swap them out to citizens and stuff like that, some of these areas out here are way out in the boonies, and back in the day, there was some very bad practices. You know, there's a lot of stuff out there that can be found. Do we do any soil testings on any of these properties before we release them to the new owners? I mean, because that would be our due diligence to do something like that.
Yes, that would, you're absolutely right. If we're going to be in the process of swapping, I'll just use the example for the creek. That's what we're negotiating right now, is to either purchase those properties along the creek or to swap them. We definitely would go through the process of working on getting environmental survey done. I think quite a few other surveys as well. I'm just trying to think of the other ones that we do normally on property. We would definitely do that.
Right, because you never know what
Never
you're
know
gonna
if
find
there's
out
okra
there.
tortoises,
You
never
know,
know
we're
if
talking
there's-
50, 60 years ago too, and these practices were done, so. And that was all vacant land out there, but now we're intruding into that area, so you never know what you're gonna trip over. So I just wanted to make sure we had something in place. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Piggybacking off of the comments that I've heard, are we doing the environmental survey on land that we own and we are going to sell? Or are we only doing the environmental survey on the land that we are going to have in our own possession? Because to me, I would think we'd have to do both. If we currently own land that is environmentally sensitive, why would we sell it? If we currently own land that is possibly hazardous because of out east, why would we sell that? And if we're buying land, we should definitely be doing those environmental surveys and those hazardous surveys before we purchase it. Why would we take that liability? So
Can I just interrupt for just a minute? Really, the purpose of this agenda item is to provide you with the information that you asked, hey, what city-owned property do we have? How is it identified? What is the use? We'll be more than happy to come back and answer those questions. I mean, you're asking questions of how we're selling, how we're swapping. I don't even have your direction or approval. So today is simply having you bless this and allowing us to move forward with those items. We haven't done any of that yet because I would need your direction to do that. So once you take a look at the map and you decide, hey, yeah, this is good. I'm not clear on what you wanted. We just brought it back to identify the city-owned properties. In the consensus item, there wasn't clear direction of what the vote or conversation would be. So you're asking great questions. We don't have that in place because we've not done that.
Okay.
But with certainly, if the commission desires, we could bring back what that would look like in regards to a policy, procedure, process of swapping, selling, and if we purchase, When we talk about purchasing property right now, just to be clear, or to clarify, it's right now, all we're doing is along the creek. We're not using the property for anything else but to preserve it for, to help with the flooding situation. We're going to either demolish the homes that are on there. So we don't have to do a study on those because we're not using them or we don't have a use for them. So we haven't actively gone out, aside from, I think, maybe referring to the Q Smith properties or what I just brought back. Okay. So we did not do any surveys on those. Yeah,
So
that
I
helped.
appreciate
That
you
kinda
reeling in
helped.
this conversation because we could go down a whole
Oh,
bunch
yeah.
of different rabbit holes at this point. So I appreciate you reeling this in for us. I don't quite understand, though, what you mean by you're looking for our blessing on these maps. What does that mean?
Okay, so in the consensus, there was no direction. It was bring back maps of city-owned properties. So that's what we're doing.
Excellent.
So
Okay.
I don't know what, from this
So-
point on, you want us to do. Hey, thanks. There's
So
many of them.
can you help me understand what is the future uses of these 184 properties? Obviously, the larger ones kind of speak for themselves. I get it.
Go to that later.
But we have probably 100 freckles all over this map of individual lots, 80 by 120, scattered to the wind on this 105 square miles of the city. And I don't understand what their individual future land use is for.
Sure, so that's something, and I mean, it could be very tedious, and I don't know if we want to do that tonight, but we're able to pull up every single property for future use and tell you what that is. We can also provide that in a.
Well, that would have been helpful to have in the backup with the maps.
I can answer that with the
Sure,
portal.
please.
Okay. So,
Kimberly Drive, I know where that is.
Okay, so one of the items that I provided to you when I gave you the maps was what's called a dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
And on this dashboard, because it is an internal web app, you have to be logged into the portal. And I know some of you went to my training for the portal. So once you're logged in, you get this map. And you'll see on here, you have all of the, it's set up for the existing, future, and land bank. For right now, you have a listing of every single piece of property the city owns. You can go to the map. You said, well, you wanted to see what the future use was. You can click on the property and it tells you what the future use is in a general category. So this particular one that I've clicked on is a proposed use, meaning a future use, and that it's going to be used for city infrastructure.
You're awesome.
So I appreciate this, and this is amazing information. However, we have citizens that don't have access to this.
And we can give them access to this. We just need your approval to do that.
Just coming to you for information that you asked for. We can do all of that. We can. Apologies, I
Because
didn't have my
if
speaker
we-
on. We can do that. They're going to have access. This is basically bringing this item back for you to look at and provide direction. It's not, hey, why didn't you provide this access to the public? Where's all the detail?
Well-
We can give you that, but we just brought back the city-owned property
Okay.
and identified the uses.
So when Ms. Nita had up there what the parcel number was in the street and what the use was for future use, I didn't know that there was a future use. I don't know what that future use is. So that's why I had to ask the question to be able to get that understanding. So still don't quite understand the 80 by 120s that are like little freckles all over our city. But we will get to that when we have a bigger conversation. When property is donated, what happens to it? Does it go into land bank or does it go into future use? Or does it depend on the property?
Yeah, I mean, it goes into our total city-owned lots when it's donated, and it will either end up being a future use or the land bank, depending on if the departments at the time when they vetted the list, if they said, hey, I can use that property that was just donated. I can definitely use that as part of my part.
So here's, and I'm going to piggyback off what Commissioner Luke was saying about process to sell. So when I asked the city manager, because I had a citizen reach out to me yesterday, I had a meeting with her about a parcel that she is interested in buying. And I said, what's going on? They made a formal offer in April. To me, if a formal offer is made, That is a commission decision to sell or not to sell. And we haven't had that discussion. And it's one of the lots on here for future use. But the citizen has been waiting since April to be able to buy this after making a formal offer. And it's not on Price Boulevard. So I have to wonder how many other formal offers are sitting out there that we could be getting tax revenue on and putting on the tax rolls, and then the citizens being happy that they have an additional piece of property.
I can tell you, Mayor, as mentioned previously, I'm over this program and I've never received a formal offer in the last 6 months. I'd be more than welcome to entertain that, but we're not sitting on anything. We have been gathering this information. We're bringing it forth. If, again, you give us the green light of, I'm happy with this, we can move forward and we can definitely entertain the offers for buying our property or buying lots, but we're not going to do that before the commission is good with what we've picked for future use and land bank. That was, again, information we're bringing back, and then we can move forward from that.
Okay, and with all due respect, and I know the email is not addressed to you, but this email was addressed to the city manager, and then about a week later, the citizen received confirmation that, yes, the city manager received this formal offer. What's going on? I need to find out what's happening with this. If there's a formal offer, and it's one of the little freckles all over the city, it's not something that is obvious like a 5 or 10 acre parcel. It's a little by 180 by 120 lot. I don't understand why we haven't had that discussion as a commission body.
Depending on what that property was, if it was existing or future use, we were waiting to bring this map back for the commission to agree on, are we going to hold on to that property for future city use, or are we going to sell it? So we vetted 1,000 properties, and we identified what the departments want to keep to use for the future, and what's left is for us to sell. So that we had to bring that back to you before we could entertain selling property that departments have already asked to be reserved for future use. Please, Chuck, if you please.
Chuck Speak, Operations Maintenance Manager, Public Works. If I can address your reference to the little freckles all over. A lot of those little freckles are my only access points into retention ditches or into canals and waterways. So unless we want people to build houses and I have to go between their houses in a 6 foot and 6 foot, okay, I have a 12-foot easement on lot lines. If I have to get a large excavator in there to work, I don't have access. Okay, we're gonna have to either take down houses, or we're gonna have to take down pools, anything, any structures that are there in that easement are gonna have to come out. So.
And I can
you-
appreciate that, because the one that I'm specifically speaking about has no drainage around them.
Okay,
So.
I
so
just want you to know
that's-
that it seems like there's a lot.
I realize that, and I also noticed that some of the freckles are attached to canals and waterways and stuff, so that's obvious, I get that.
Okay.
But there are still many freckles that are not anywhere close to any drainage, and that's what and this is one of those parcels that a formal offer was made on. So I appreciate that, but how can we approve these maps without knowing what each one of these parcels are, if we want to keep them or sell them?
Most certainly, if you want for us to provide the detail of the 184 lots for the future use need, I believe we can provide that, right, as far as property ID numbers, and we can provide that to the commission. They could take that, look at the dashboard. Is that
Yes,
correct for
it's
that?
on the
So
dashboard. You can look at each one
we can
individually.
provide that. I didn't know if that's your intent, to vet through those as well, of what all staff has, then you can do that as well. You tell us what you desire, and we will do that.
I think
whatever you
At this
desire.
point,
You
I
wanna
think a
approve
larger
100
conversation is going to have to be had, because we have to come up with a process, we have to figure out what we're going to do with all these properties. I mean, because I know I'm going to be in direct competition with Commissioner Carasone.
Yeah, it sounds like you're gonna be on on your own there.
We have a lot of properties that we could be selling.
Well, I'd like to make sure that we make clear that what we did was we went to all the departments and said, what do you need to have? What do we, we don't want to sell these because we need them for something either now or in the future.
Okay.
Which is what you asked us to do, and that's what we did. So what you're seeing here are the ones that the departments said, we can't sell these, we need them for something.
Okay, and I think the bottom line is that piece of the missing puzzle would have been really helpful to have, besides just the map. And I appreciate that you have it available, that's awesome. But to bless, yes, keep all these for future use or get rid of these that are land bank, I can't make that decision today.
I trust that the staff stated, we need this property, we need that property, and you did the due diligence of finding what was going to be necessary. I like open parkland. I like lots not developed. So I have no problem with 184 lots sitting there because of future use or potential swapping. Something that comes to my mind, actually I'll finish up with that. I value some of that open woods type lots more than putting something else on the tax roll. I think we have to balance what we're doing with development, so I have an appreciation for it. But Commissioner Carazone hit something that came to my head. Those 30 lots over on Spring Haven, we have quite a sizable amount of property over there in that industrial park. I mean, their intent was to develop those lots. They might want to develop something at a higher caliber within the industrial park. You might be able to swap them for what's in the industrial park, and then you've got another sizable area right off of Price Boulevard. There's a couple of them off Price Boulevard. So you might be able to speak with the owners of those lots, and they may consider doing something on those and relinquishing or selling to us or swapping out to us. Thank you, that's all I had.
Commissioner Carrison.
I'm ready for a motion.
And before you make your motion, I appreciate Commissioner Luke, you mentioning about the freckles and having the green space in amongst the neighborhoods and stuff like that. I do appreciate that. And that is something that I didn't think of. And I appreciate you saying that. But at the same time, if you have some of these parcels that maybe a next door neighbor wants to buy, that they already have a house on and they want to buy the house next door because they want to keep it green and prevent somebody from building on it, or the city from selling it to the highest bidder to put a house on it, then I have a problem with that. But, you know, it's just my thought. So go ahead, Commissioner Carrison.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I'm ready for that motion to say exactly that. Move to approve the map that has been given to us, but also to allow for acquiring property to add to this land bank, as well as to consider all properties, including those 19 surplus properties, as a overall land bank, to allow for a first right of refusal for those who own property that is directly adjacent to said property, except for those properties being utilized currently. For example, road and drainage, access to ditches and such. To make the city's own parcel dashboard public, and to bring back selling and swapping land process and procedure in the future.
Second.
I think that covers everything we've talked about and all of our concerns.
Before we speak to it, that was very long, very in-depth. So if the clerk or city attorney, because I could not keep up with that.
Okay, you want me, maybe the clerk can? You want me to redo it?
Yeah, I have most of it, I think, except 2 words.
Okay, so we're approving the map. I'll just go bullet points. Approving the map
Thank you.
that all properties, including the 19 that are considered surplus, are going to be land bank properties. That all properties, except for those that are currently being used by the city, will be allowed to have a first right of refusal for purchase by those who own property directly adjacent to said property.
To what, purchase?
That's what I said, yep. Allow for acquiring property in the future to add to the land bank. To make the city-owned parcel map dashboard accessible to the public. To bring back selling and swapping land process and procedure in the future for approval by the commission. Is that clear?
I have a few questions.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do you have it now, City Clerk? Motion as stated by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Commissioner Carrasone?
Okay, so I know what your question's gonna be. All these properties that you have designated as future land use are up for allowing those people who live next door to go ahead and purchase it if they so wish. Now, that doesn't mean that if Road and Drainage presently uses it as an access point, like you had said, Mr. Speak, or that it's got a current use where the city needs it for the expansion of a floodgate, or, you get what I mean? An actual current project, not,
There's a little bit of an issue there, because if you look at this property that I'm pointing to on the map, that's a future use for utilities.
right, which is okay.
Nope,
Which
you
is
said they have
okay,
to,
but
we have to
I'm,
do adjacent owners for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's. All of our 184 pieces of lots have designated uses already.
They could,
right,
what you
but
could
if you
do
look
is,
at these little tiny dots, it's the tiny dots.
so we could clarify what we know that what we know, like for any, all of the future use, most of the tiny dots are for swapping.
Right.
But we wouldn't want to sell them, because we want to use them for swapping.
That's
Okay,
land bank.
okay, so what you're saying is that I need to clarify that
Because
what I meant
Creek
by, I see what you're
And
saying.
archaeological need those lots.
Okay, so let me clarify that those properties that are designated for swapping lands should be offered up to those adjacent property owners.
Could I ask that you add one more clarification? If they're not already planned for another project. Right now, we have the Creek project purchase, and those are the desirable lots to swap to those
Yeah, but those are
people.
desirable by us, not necessarily the sellers.
No. I mean,
Yeah, for
the
this-
person on the creek would want that over one of the other lots.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, so one of what we're doing right now, we're currently in the progress of purchasing Tier 1, Tier 2 properties along the creek. For Some of the folks are willing sellers, others are willing to swap their property. We had to kind of put that on hold so that we could bring this back to kind of get your approval. We've already vetted those to be comparable to the Creek properties based on their location, value. We're never going to swap something that's $10,000 more than what we'd be getting off the Creek. We've done all of that research already. So the only concern is, and we'll be happy to do what you wish, but that project then definitely would have to be pushed back. I'm not sure that we would be able to purchase the tier ones or twos.
But you haven't,
That's,
but you haven't talked to the person that you're swapping that land with. What if they don't want that property? What if they want a property that's completely nowhere close to the creek, that they don't want the creek rats to be in their backyard?
they're
You
not
don't know
near the
this.
creek. Yeah, they're in neighborhoods or they're in different areas of the
Right.
city. They're not necessarily near the creek, but it's just, I guess, if, once we've identified through our land acquisition consultant that she could use as our realtor to go ahead and to use those for swapping. So we vetted as far as, and that's 25 lots, so we have that up for those owners along the creek that can tell us, yeah, I like that, no, I don't want that one, yeah, that's good. But if I have to give the adjacent property owners the first rate, then I don't have any property, we don't have that many, right? I mean,
We have 25 for the Creek project. What I can do is change that from a future use to a current. Our current use is to use it for that program, and that would solve the issue.
No. No.
Commissioner,
What I do need to add in there, now that you said that, is I think I have to amend that.
can I have Commissioner Luke speak to the motion? Commissioner Luke.
I seconded because I am in agreement to a point. I still see the 184 lots or whatever they are, as staff had said, we need to use these, whether it's for the Creek project or not. I see the 19 same way she does, keep them and swap them. So what she's saying about offering those 19 to the adjacent people, yes. I can agree with that we're saying that we're going to sell these and we notify the people next door and say, hey, here's the process for you to sell. If you want, you got 60 days to let us know, and then it's utilized somewhere else. But a caveat to that also, I would make that only what is zoned single-family resident. Like that industrial park, I would not be offering that to the neighbor. I would be swapping that and using it to my best advantage. So I would also restrict that strictly of those 19, those that are zoned single-family.
So I was going to amend my motion.
Amendment to that?
I got more to it.
Well, go ahead and amend it, and I'll make sure what I was saying is in there.
My amendment is to allow only the 19, for clarification, the 19 surplus properties be offered to purchase by those adjacent property owners, and any lots acquired from this point forward that do not have a designated use, city use for them. Is that better?
How about single-family
Oh,
resident?
and those that are zoned single family.
And I'll second that amendment. Thank you.
Anything to the amendment?
No.
Commissioner Carrison? Got an amendment on the floor by Commissioner Carrison as stated. God knows I cannot begin to repeat that. And Commissioner Luke seconded that. So if there's nothing to it, I just have one question because I didn't get to speak to the main motion. The properties that are spoken for, that have a use already attached to them through the various departments. I guess I have to ask Commissioner Carrison, does that mean that those those properties can't be purchased by individuals that are next door to them?
Correct. Correct.
I agree.
They already have a designated use form, so yes, correct.
All right, so we have an amendment on the floor. I see Commissioner Luke, you have your light on. And City Manager, you have your light on? Okay, so we'll go ahead and call the
You're clear,
question
right?
on the,
I think so, yeah. I think so, because so what I'm hearing is the 19 surplus lots, we would give the adjacent owners their first right. Let me just be clear, if they don't want it, do we have the authority to sell those?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not sell them.
No?
No, you
Okay.
hold on to them for a swap for the future.
Okay, so let me
Uh-uh.
just clarify, so we have a public inquiry of people that want to buy our city-owned lots. I was going to offer them the choice of the surplus lots, but what I'm hearing is only to the adjacent owners. If they don't want it, we're going to keep it. Let me just make sure I understand, then we're not going to be selling our city-owned lots to the public at all. Okay, 'cause
No.
that's,
There's realtors out there that can purchase those lots. Or purchase other lots. In other words, I mean, there's thousands of lots for sale out there. Why would you want a city-owned property lot unless you live next door? You get what I mean?
And there's
Or you own a
single-family
property.
resident is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
is those zones,
I
not
mean-
another zoning.
No, you hold on to them for future use for a city project or a plot plan when you've got to do something like a expansion of a roadway or if you got to build a bridge over something.
So to clarify, the industrial park property
Is not up for, no.
is not, but
No,
we can't sell that either?
no,
Okay.
no.
Yes, the industrial is different than the single-family lot.
Her motion is to the
Right.
single-family lots, but
Right.
there's no speaking to any other zones. So,
No. In other words, you hold on to it.
okay.
What if you
So
want, I'm sorry, I want to clarify it because I want them to be very clear. Because nothing's going to be sold other than to people who are adjacent to the lands.
And single-family.
And it was only to those lands that are zoned single-family. Now,
I
the
get it.
commercial properties, the city could turn around and use it as an economic development incentive, do a land lease, you could do the incubators, you could do a ton of things on that property in order to incentivize economic development. You don't have to sell the land, but it could be used for city use and city, future prosperous goals.
so just to be clear one more time, you are only talking about those 19 properties, single-family, that are currently in the map labeled land bank that can be sold only to the adjacent property owner that has an existing home on it or vacant, it doesn't matter. Okay.
And from this point forward, that's acquired.
For land bank.
Right. If anybody, so for instance, if somebody goes and donates a property to us, okay, that should first get a for sale to the adjacent owner. And then it goes in the land bank for swap or what have you.
So is this, and I'm just trying to get clarification because this is a very complex motion. The city is going to reach out to those adjacent property owners and say, hey, we're going to sell these 19 parcels?
The other part of the original motion was to,
For a process.
that's right,
So-
bring back a selling and swapping land process and procedure to the city commission. And that's where we discuss that.
City manager, your light is on. Did you have something to add?
yes, so when we talk about the 19 surplus lots and anything moving forward, are we allowing us to vet those with the departments for future use? Or are we saying from this point on, departments, you've picked 184, that's it, and moving forward, we're going to land bank any acquired lots through donation, and those, that's, yeah, so it wouldn't be vetting for future use, it would be for selling to the adjacent owner or then holding on to it.
And that's where that selling and swapping land process and procedures comes into, get it? That's where all that would be vetted.
I got one more question. Anytime that we buy or sell property, it has to come before the commission, correct? Anytime?
Correct. Well, for buying, I've just involved all the buying, I've been bringing forth the, the donations you've seen that have come through where
That's
citizens
why
have
I'm
donated.
asking.
You've seen that, right? The purchase of property, and then, which we just did like with Q Smith, and now I'm just trying to think. Because selling, that's a good question. Ma'am, I don't know what was done in the past with selling of city property, if that was brought to the commission or not.
Here's why I'm asking, because it's a contract, and we have to approve contracts. To me, when you have a formal offer that's a contract, real estate contract for buying or selling, that would have to come before commission, correct, city attorney?
For the contract to be approved, the city commission doesn't negotiate the contracts.
Correct.
Right, unless you've delegated your authority through a resolution like you did on the Price Boulevard properties for eminent domain. But that still came before you.
So any of these 19 land bank, single-family only properties, if the neighbor next door wants to buy one of those 19 properties, the commission gets to say yes or no before the sale is final.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Emmerich.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here because this is what I heard when, let's say we acquire a new property, and what was just discussed was it's going to be offered up to the adjacent property owner before we've even looked at it to even decide if we want to keep it or not. In my opinion, it should be coming in, do we have a future use? And if we don't, then it becomes deemed a surplus property, and then only the surplus properties are put out to where the adjacent homeowner could buy it. That's what makes sense to me.
Well, I think that was what Commissioner Carson was saying, that we, as part of the
But I was sure-
process, we would do that and
Right,
then bring
and then
that
we
to
can
you.
go through that in the process stage, but this is what I was hearing, and it was sort of confusing to me. So that's
You
why I
were-
just wanted to,
I believe you were hearing correctly. I think intent was different than what was stated. But this process that she's talking about is where we'll vet out, will we view this, internally, and then does it become what type of property to sell or whatever. So the next round will
yeah,
address
and that's
that.
fine. I just wanted to state that, that's all.
I agree with you.
All right, let's move on and vote on the amendment.
I have my light on
Sorry.
because I want to make sure that it's clear that, say we budget a project. So for instance, if we did something similar to the Atwater Park, and we said to utilize the land swap option and to delegate city manager to make it happen, that would not have to come back before the commission, correct?
That's right.
Thank you.
But the commission has seen it in that you have given that.
Right, but I'm just saying, you wouldn't know these 6 are given for those, you know what I mean? I just
Right.
want it,
So generally speaking,
Want it
the
clear.
property acquisitions or sales will have to come before the commission. But if you give that authorization to the city manager, it depends on how you give the authorization. So for example, like on Price Boulevard, we don't have to bring anything back before you.
Exactly.
You've already given that authorization in the resolution. So, so it depends on the authorization.
now I'm ready.
All right, amendments on the floor, as stated and spoke about.
Oh.
And that passed 3-1 with McDowell dissenting. I have no reasons for dissenting, I just am not sure about this whole thing.
I have no reasons for dissenting, I just don't understand it.
I don't, because it's,
That's fine.
so going to the main motion, I believe Commissioner Carrasone already spoke to it. Commissioner Emmerich, you seconded it.
No,
Commissioner, or Vice Mayor Luke did.
Vice Mayor, you seconded it. Did you speak to the main motion already?
I did. That's why we had the amendment.
Thank you. And Commissioner Emmerich, did you have anything?
No, that was good.
So to the main motion, the part that I'm concerned about is the acquire property to add to the land bank. That was part of the main motion. I don't understand that part. To me, I don't think the city should be going out actively looking to just buy another freckle on a map.
Acquiring doesn't mean purchasing.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
You acquire,
Look
it
up
could be either donated, it could be
Thank you.
going out and buying it. It could include purchasing, absolutely.
Right, but it doesn't mean purchasing.
But it includes purchasing or donating.
Okay, whatever, go ahead, justify your negative vote, go ahead.
So, do you want to clarify what that means?
No, just go
All
ahead.
right.
I know you're gonna vote against it anyway, so just go ahead.
You're right. I just wanted
your
to
little
understand
speech
what
and let's
that
go.
means. Oh, so now we're gonna let's go, but you've been able to talk all this time. I have a right to be able to speak too. So,
Call the vote.
let's call the vote. And that passed 3-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. All righty, so I believe the next one, if there's nothing else to this item, all right, we're moving on to the pool hours. City manager.
Mayor, we're here to talk about the city pool operating hours, and we'll have Cindy Funeller and Tricia Weisner come up and speak on this and entertain any questions.
Fantastic, thank you.
Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director, and I am going to let Tricia Wisner take the lead on this one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tricia Wisner, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation, here to talk about potential operating hour modifications for the competition pool at the Aquatic Center. As you know, the Aquatic Center opened on October 21st under grand opening schedule. We then went into a winter schedule on November 4th, which is 7 to 4 every day except for Wednesday for the competition pool only. We did have a weekend during Thanksgiving break, which was 12 to 5 with the recreation amenities open as well. On 11/12, we received consensus from the commission to provide potential modified operating hours for the competition pool. Being that we've only been open for a couple of weeks, we don't have a ton of data on trends of how the community is using the facility, but did provide 3 potential modifications to the operations of the competition pool. One would be a split schedule, so this would be where we would open early, then we would close in the middle of the day, and then we would open again in the afternoon. While, again, we don't have a ton of data, we are seeing that currently the majority of our swimmers are there in the late morning, early afternoon, presumably because it's warmer right now. So this schedule may work to extend the day. However, the swimmers that we are currently seeing are swimming in that time that is currently proposed to be closed. Also, it would be difficult to staff. Staffing will be difficult for this facility, especially if we're telling people that, now your day is extended and you have this long break in the middle. The benefits, though, is that it meets potential needs of patrons before or after work. We then also have a staggered schedule that we have in the proposed documents. This would be some mornings we open later and stay open later at night, and some mornings we open earlier and close earlier. So, we'd be trying to meet all perceived needs. There's some pros and cons to that as well. We do anticipate that there would be some savings in the cost for staffing that, based upon shortening some of the days. We do anticipate that that might cause some confusion for patrons with a varying schedule. We're just getting into the swing of things now, and we're still just trying to let people know when we're operating, when we're available, and just getting the schedule out has been a lot of effort, communications. There's always the opportunity to continue as is for a while and continue to track and gather data. We do have surveys on site, on the website, comment cards, paper form at the facility, and we are, tracking use and time of use. But we're open for discussion regarding potential changes to the competition pool operating schedule.
Fantastic, thank you. Anybody have anything to that? I don't see any lights on. Thank you. Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor Luke.
Currently, you open at what hour in the morning?
I'm sorry, we open at 7 a.m. and we're open till 4 p.m. The competition pool only every day of the week except for Wednesdays.
How many are coming in at 7 a.m.?
It does vary. We have a few at 7. It's not been completely regular yet. We're only in a few weeks. We're averaging, a few dozen during that 10 to 12 time. It has not. We haven't gotten into that where I could tell you the exact number because we just haven't been operating long enough.
Just curious, do you have the stats of what happened at the YMCA pool as far as times and how many showed up? Do you have that data?
Off the top of my head, they would provide us annual reports. They did not provide those reports specifically by time. It was more by how many per month. They averaged, between 29 and 60 a month for most months.
Okay. Personally, myself, I remember the earlier discussions when we were talking about this in the workshops or in the meetings, and we were talking about the split schedule. And that was one of the reasons why we needed an assistant manager, was because of those hours. And we talked about having that time in the middle.
I don't recall that
break.
conversation. I believe that the reason we were asking for an assistant supervisor was it is a 7-day-a-week operation. And during the summer hours, not only is it 7 days a week, but it's 12-hour days. That would be very difficult for one supervisor to manage. You just don't have enough hours in a work week for that.
That was
so that was the
too.
primary driving force of wanting to have an assistant supervisor, those big, long days, long weeks.
And pretty much this would end up being the same too with a split. They would just be doing other duties during that split time. If you're only having a few people come in at 7, I wouldn't open it up at 6. That would allow you to actually just have that time from 11 to 1 or something. So you're only down 2 hours instead of 3 hours. And then have, I don't know, when's the last school get out, 4:15 or something? Because we're talking about swim lessons and those type of activities needing to go on after school too. So I don't want to shut it down so early that, kids can't get in and utilize it, because that was the biggest reason to put the pool in, was for the kids, not necessarily the swimmers. So do you know when the latest school gets out?
I believe it is 4:15. What we are currently hearing from patrons, however, is that during the winter, even though it is 82 degrees in the pool, the air temperature being, even 70 is a little bit cold, and there's some reluctance to be in swim lessons at this point. Now, when we go into the spring schedule and the summer schedule, our operating hours will already be longer, which would provide for that. That's when we anticipate a higher demand for swim lessons, and our operating hours are already set to accommodate that. So this period right now with the 7 to 4 is the colder months between November 1st and then spring break. So this is when we have the shortened days.
Well, I know the water polo, if you close at 4 and some of their athletes can't get out of school until 4:15, that causes them an extremely high amount of lane rental to keep a lifeguard around. So by being cordial to somebody that we get money from by extending that hour to a 6 o'clock, you're at least being able to utilize it without having high lane costs to it.
And at this point, we have worked through the proposed schedule with them. They had proposed that they would be done around 4 o'clock with Saturday hours to accommodate the middle school children that get out later. So that was, they were looking to pull that onto a Saturday. It's an instructional program. It's not a team at this point as they begin to build to see what the demand is. So that was considered in the current programming that we're talking with them about.
Okay, and what about the kid that just gets out of school and they're not going to join water polo or something else? They just want to come in, they're on the swim team and they want to keep up their swimming abilities after school.
I agree. It is difficult to, one, know what the trends are at this point, being that we've only been open this long. We do have surveys. We have not heard from many kids saying, I'm not able to get into the water yet. I'm not saying that that won't be something we'll hear in the future, but we certainly have not seen that as a driving force for consideration of completely modifying staffing and hours. With the temperature that it is, we're not seeing the demand for the after school, and it really does die down. Even high school students aren't, even the swimmers from high school aren't coming over to use the facility at this point, and they would have an opportunity after school to do so.
Commissioner Rich, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'm just thinking on some things here, because if they're not getting out of school, the latest school is 4:15. That's only allowing an hour and 45 minutes for them to get from school, get over there, get in the water, do a little swimming, and then they're done. You know,
During this time of year, yes. And then
Right.
during spring, we start our longer hours. So when the weather warms up, there'll be time. And also remember, it does get dark pretty early right now, so with the sun setting, the temperature drops off pretty quick.
Right. The one thing too is, you know, you're saying it's colder in the evenings because of the temperature drop and everything like that, and I can understand that after the sun goes down, but it's still just as cold in the mornings too. So, I mean, your argument is for both parts. I mean, it would be just as cold in the morning. I'm not getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go get freezing cold. That's not gonna happen. But I would much rather see a little bit of from like maybe 7 o'clock on or later on, and then, you know, open till 7, you know, to give them that little bit of extra time. That's just the way I'm leaning towards. I mean, I'm looking at your schedule here and shutting down at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and on your option, your staggered schedule, I would much rather see it consistent. I don't want to see it flip-flopped. Like one day it closes at 4, one day it closes at 7. The guy shows up on the wrong day thinking that it's supposed to be open till 7. It's like, damn, it's shut down at 4. I didn't remember. Yeah, it's all my fault, but I think we need to stay consistent with the hours and not stagger them and switch them back and forth. Pick a set of hours and stick with them. That's just my opinion.
And just to clarify, during the split schedule, staff would be required to go home. We wouldn't have the hours to be paying them to be there during that time. So that will be a difficult schedule for a lot of staff. So you would come for a few hours, you would have to go home for a few hours and be off the clock and then come back. There'd be some concerns, of course, about staff coming back, or you know how they would manage to get their 40 hours in a week and still be able to manage that work-life balance. But I just want to make sure that was clear. I'm not sure if everybody was on that same page.
Anything else, Commissioner Rich?
Not at this time.
Do you know what the hours of operation was for the Dallas White Pool before it closed?
I believe it was 7 to 3. I know it closed at 3. I will have to check about the opening time. Do you recall off the top of your head? I thought it was 7 to 3.
Right.
So this split schedule, option 1, I'm going to call it option 1 to just keep it simple. I agree with Commissioner Emmerich that the staggered schedule, it's too hard to remember. You're going to have so many citizens that are be going, what days? Oh, gosh. And we don't need that. Let's try and keep it simple. So I am not in favor of anything in option 2. Option 1, is this for the general public to use the pool?
This
Or
would be
is
the
it
winter hours for the competition pool for whomever would like to
For
use
anybody.
the competition pool.
So if the school board, the school swim team or water polo team or anything like that wanted to use the pool, if we kept it that they close at 6, if they wanted to stay until 7 to swim, could they pay for that?
We would be able to determine that based upon staffing availability.
But they provide their own lifeguards.
They do not provide their own lifeguards. Risk has evaluated that.
I was unaware of that change.
I was unaware of it ever being any other way. Risk had evaluated it. When you have a team that is there training, while the coach may be very well trained and the participants may be extremely great swimmers, they are focusing on improving swimming skills, training, exercise. They are not focused on life safety and may not notice if somebody is having a heart issue or a breathing issue because they're watching technique and swimming. They are not in a lifeguarding role. Risk has weighed in that that's not the way to best manage our risk having a facility of this nature.
Okay, and I appreciate that conversation because I distinctly remember that if the swim team or any other team was using our pool, they would be supplying their lifeguards.
Paying for ours.
They would be paying for lifeguards, for our lifeguards to be lifeguards, but they would not be, they would not have a coach that's a coach and acting as a lifeguard for the facility to meet our Department of Health requirements. Our requirements are to have lifeguards that are only lifeguarding at the time that they're doing this.
So by having the general public there to use this split schedule, can the swim teams and water polo teams be able to use it at the same time?
We do anticipate, even with the way that we've currently worked with the swim team, so there's discussions going back and forth with the swim team. We have a draft proposed agreement in our legal team now being evaluated, and it fits within our current schedule. So
Our current schedule meaning?
the 4 o'clock
The
closure.
4 o'clock.
It does.
Go ahead, Commissioner Luke.
If there's a concern about staff and this split schedule, why don't you open 2 hours later and extend it 2 hours and go 9 to 6? Right now, you have a total of 9 hours. Instead of having a split or a stagger, just go with a 9 to 6. It's cold in the morning. You don't have a lot of them in there. The ones who have talked to me this week said they like to go during the hours that you said it would be closed. They said the sun is up and warmer. So the swimmers, some of them who use it for aqua exercise, like to go in that time when the sun's up high. So why not just go 9 to 6?
My concern with the 9 to 6 is we have heard, and we're willing, obviously, to do whatever we're directed. We have heard that some people like to swim before work. Now, we haven't seen that much, but that typically is a trend within Aquatic Center. We may not see that trend materialize at this facility, but wanted to make sure that we are at least, trying to see if it was out there. Also, I just want to remind everybody that it gets dark around 5 o'clock. So staying open till 6 at this point may not be the best benefit for our patrons.
Do you have numbers based on, do you have use based on hours? So let's say somebody comes in at 7 o'clock. So from 7 to 8, how many people do you have in the pool?
We track hourly how many people are in the pool. So it could be the same person for 4 hours, but we'll just go out and track. There's 6 people in the pool at 7 o'clock. There's 5 people in the pool at 8 o'clock. So we have been tracking that, and again, that's where I'm getting some of the data. I don't have a ton of data. We've only been open for a few weeks.
We've had some interesting weather during these few weeks too, where, cold or rain at weird times. So I don't have a ton of data, but right now the data is saying that 10, 12, that seems to be where the bulk of people are coming. And again, we're presuming because it's warmer.
And how many people do you have after 5 o'clock using the pool?
The facility closes at 4.
That's right, duh. How many people have expressed interest to use it at 5 o'clock?
We've put out surveys. We've only gotten, a couple dozen back. The majority of people haven't, there's not been a consistent response either. We've had a few comments saying, I'd love to swim before or after work. I don't know if that means before work or after work or both for that patron. We have put the survey out many times on social media. It's on our website. It's in print form. We're trying to talk it up. We'll be hounding people at Poinsettia to try to give us more information. But again, we just don't have data after, a few weeks.
So how many people have been at the pool between 3 and 4?
Not many.
Okay. That answered my question, because I can't see anybody coming home from work at 5 o'clock when it's starting to get cold, it's starting to get dark, to go to the pool for an hour. And I honestly don't see the kids going from middle school or even high school, either going straight from school or coming home and then coming back for possibly an hour or two, depending on which school. I think at this point, I'm either leaning more towards the 8 to 5, or keeping it the way we have it at 7 to 4. Because to stay open till 6 o'clock, I can't see people using it, especially right now when the weather is so topsy-turvy. So I don't know, Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor Luke, I'm sorry.
That's because you're thinking of strictly the amateur type of household swimmer. You're not looking at the one who goes in for a regiment. That is their exercise. And with it closing at 4, we haven't even given opportunity for that after-work crew, or even those kids who don't get out until 4:15. They've never had the opportunity after school to come up with a compromise. I don't mind doing something like that, but I think it needs to be later for those kids and those people who would be wanting to go in after work.
But then you've got folks that want to come in first thing in the morning. So we're trying to find that balance is very difficult without any data. And I think
you're going to cut one end or the other.
Exactly. That's why I was thinking, instead of definitely not 6 in the morning. I don't see a single soul getting up and going swimming at 6 in the morning. I don't care if they're regimented, or I just don't see it when it's 40 degrees outside. So, and then in the dark, when it's starting, the temperature starts to drop, I don't see that either. I can see staying open until 5, but that 6 o'clock, I'm really not too sure. So I think we're kind of going around in circles here. So let's get a motion on the floor, vet it out, see what happens, and go from there.
All right, I'll make a motion that we set the hours at 8:30 in the morning till 5:30 in the evening.
That's one way to split the baby. All right.
Exactly.
I'll second that motion.
I was going to second it.
That's fine. I got it.
Just when you have this.
So we have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Luke to have the hours Monday through Sunday, except for Wednesday, to be for the competition pool only, from 8:30 to 5:30, and by Commissioner Luke, seconded by myself, McDowell. Anything to that?
Yeah, is your Saturday and Sunday the same as your Monday through Friday currently?
It currently is.
Okay. Man, I had another question. What I wanted to state is that we can watch this for another 6 to 8 weeks and have more surveys back. If we need to adjust it again, we can. But I think this will serve both ends a little bit better.
So now that we have a motion on the floor, and the hours are 8:30 to 5:30, will we have staff for that 9 hours?
We currently have a 9-hour schedule, so 7 to 4, we're just switching it back a little bit. The concern I have is we currently have staff scheduled out a bit, so we'd be looking to start this maybe
That
the
was my-
beginning of the year.
So
we have
beginning
some
January
time
1st?
to give staff the opportunity to amend their schedules.
So this motion should probably include a start date starting after the first of the year. And I had something else.
And it's only for this current winter season? We're not modifying all the other seasons, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Wait, that was my other question, for just the winter season. So I think we need to put an amendment on this, if somebody could, to state the winter season only and starting after January 1st.
I'll amend the motion to state that this will take effect at January 1, 2020, and this would only run during the winter season.
Second.
All right, so we have an amendment on the floor by Vice Mayor Luke for the winter season effective 1/1/20, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, folks? Okay, amendment, we'll go ahead and call the question. All right. And that passed 3-0. And anything to the main motion of 8:30 to 5:30 as amended?
Yeah, I did have one thing, because
Go ahead.
I was leaning to 8 to 5, but I think I can compromise and go 8:30 to 5:30.
I love the motion. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for thinking outside the box and splitting that baby. It's a great idea. And that passed 3-0. All right.
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this point, we have no public comment. I see nothing.
Haven't had any all day.
And I believe we are at communications, Commission Communications. Commissioner Emmerich, anything for you?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, I do have a few things. I believe you were all sent an email stating that Mr. Mark Huey from Sarasota County EDC resigned today. He'll be in place, I believe, until the first of the year, or the last of this month. But with that, the EDC has been going through, I forget, a restart, I think that they're calling it, because they're communicating with the county commission. And the county commission has their retreat on the 13th, and they were supposed to be discussing whether they continued to use incentives for businesses. But they have upped it now to, there's going to be a discussion at a meeting, I believe a workshop type meeting on the 10th. And this is going to be coming back up. In the meeting that I attended a few weeks ago, there was talk about just freezing everything with the EDC for a year. And we are so wide open here in Northport for business, that would be completely removing a tool out of our toolbox. We have set our strategy with our economic development department and them, and I mean, we're running very smoothly on our end. I would hate to see a monkey wrench thrown in the middle of it, and they just, kind of suspend things for a year. So I'm wondering if we could have a consensus, Mayor, that we have a letter draft and sent to the county commission and the administrator prior to the 10th, stating that we support continuing the work of the EDC through their incentive program for the benefit of our city and the economic growth that we have in our city.
And you're saying by the 10th of January or 10th of February?
10th of February, they're pulling it out of real quick.
So when do you want this, the 10th of, when, the letter by the 10th is what you said in your consensus?
Yep.
The
Sent
10th
to
of
them.
December?
Yes.
The 10th of January, do you want this sent?
10th of December.
Thank you.
So it has to be a quick turnaround.
So
I will probably be attending the meeting speaking.
Fantastic. I'm in support of it, yes. Yes. So city manager, if you could make sure we get a copy of that letter and send that out, please.
If you need to question me on anything, feel free. The
Can I
next,
get a follow-up on this real quick, since we're talking about EDC? Where are we now with this contract that we are waiting to come back to us for the EDC?
I can answer that too. That was discussed by Rob Lewis. Everything is smooth on our end in that. They're trying to get through their retreat, it sounds like. I think Longboat Key was the last one because they take the entire summer off. So they were trying to finalize everything, but it sounds as though everything's in order. They're just waiting to get through the retreat and then bring it before the county commission for approval.
Okay,
There
thank you for
there
that.
wasn't any.
Thank you for that update.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The next thing I have is, and I believe you guys may have received this, it is a resolution coming out of the town of Palm Beach. They had tried to bring about a code or ordinance in their city about plastic bags and styrofoam, stuff like this, and they were then preempted. So they have a resolution that they want to send to the legislators about preempting us. They are wanting them to move on a bill that will stop them from preempting us. And I'm wondering if I could get a consensus that I work with city attorney to bring a resolution back for the full board to look at, see if they want to have a resolution from our city to go to the legislators.
Oh, absolutely. So the letter would be to stop preempting?
Yes, yes. And
Hold on, I'm a yes, I assume you're a yes?
I said, yes. Well, I nodded yes, yes.
They-
Yes.
My eyes don't see.
You didn't
what-
see it, you didn't see it.
I heard it rattle.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Luke.
The last thing that I have, because I didn't, none of the things that I went to or that I just put down things that I wanted to address. You all received from the clerk, thank you, Ms. Heather, about an update about the Legacy Trail. Some citizens had asked some questions about it, and the Friends of Legacy Trail and the county put together answers to resolve. I sent those answers out to as many staff as I could. I requested that the commissioners be given it, so we're all on the same page. I mean, we're a team on this, and so that somebody's not pointing fingers or blaming a different entity or whatever, we've all got the same answers. So I sent that out, and you may want to speak to that too.
Yeah, about that, I had asked the city manager a couple of questions because I found a few of the statements made in there to be a little bit misleading. And he sent me back the email about the fire department's jurisdiction and the police department's jurisdiction, and it did not match what was in that memo. I subsequently sent him a follow-up saying, hey, don't you think we need to reach out to these folks and say, this is not 100% accurate? I have not heard back, but some of the items in that memo were spot on, but regarding the jurisdiction of our city fire department and our police department was not.
I was going to ask Fire Chief a question in regards to that when he was speaking earlier. Is it possible that I pose a question to him right now?
City manager, would that be acceptable to you?
Sure. Chief Titus, if you can come on up.
It's pertaining to this. In the letter that we were given, it said that you guys would have jurisdiction for a fire over on the Legacy Trail where it's being put in at Shoey Creek. I didn't know if you had an MOU with the county where you swapped different, because that's county property. So I didn't know if you had an MOU where you and the county serve that area, or what might be going on.
Okay, Scott Titus for the Fire Rescue District. There's a couple of answers to that. Yes, we have a mutual aid agreement with Sarasota County, both for EMS and fire. We're experimenting right now with some different things on closest unit response, which actually sometimes changes what our jurisdictional area is. So we're working with that right now. On the Shuey Preserve, the access gate to get to the Shuey Preserve is actually out on US 41. Depending on whether we were in quarters or Sarasota County was, is where that call would come in. It is their primary response area. However, if a fire were to come in there, most likely we would both be dispatched to that area. For a brush fire, it's typically more than a one engine response anyway, so that would pull an engine from Station 8626, which we're cohabitating, and probably from either Station 82 on Northport Boulevard or Station 85 on Biscayne.
Okay, thank you, because the letter kind of referred to both, but it did mention our department having some sort of jurisdiction, so I wanted that clarified. Thank you.
A lot of times access to that area, a lot of times we'll go out and make sure, so the closest area to that is along the very western edge of the city, and we may actually respond to that area to make sure it's not coming across. A lot of times access in there is restricted, and most often it's actually Florida Forest Service, or when they get back there, they'll call us and tell us if brush trucks can make it back. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello?
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No.
All right. I've got a couple things, and I will try to be as quickly as I possibly can. So back in May of 2017, this commission approved a budget amendment for the building department, NDS, whichever, to purchase the software of Trackit. And we recently approved additional monies to get Trackit up and running. I am very concerned that it has been 2.5 years since Trackit has been purchased, tried to be implemented, tried to get up and running. To me, I don't know, 2.5 years seems like an extraordinary amount of time to get a software going. I'd like to get a consensus to see if city manager could please provide us a timeline and monthly updates on Trackit.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. CDAB meeting. I am, as you know, the non-voting member, commission liaison for this board. We had a great meeting. They made a few recommendations, so we will be getting, the city manager will be getting a memo of recommendations, and I just wanted to share with the board some of those recommendations. One of them is to allow the use of waivers for impact fees, even though we had already decided no. The board is asking us to reconsider that idea. They also would like us to consider running the city water, city sewer lines to the quadrant of I-75 and Sumter. I know we have the job growth grant that's still pending, but they would like us to really start considering to do that with or without that funding. And the last one was they are sending a recommendation that the Economic Development Department would be involved at some point soon for the ULDC rewrite. At this point, as of the meeting yesterday, they had not had the EDC weigh in. So the board had asked for a recommendation that they be allowed to weigh in before the ULDC rewrite is complete. The fourth one is that, and maybe the city manager will be able to help with this, that they had also asked for a memo to be sent to the city manager from the October meeting that I gave all of you an update on a month ago. I just don't know if that memo had been received, if that memo is going to be addressed by the commission. And if so, when?
Mara can just follow up with you on
I
that.
would appreciate that, thank you. So one of the things that I have found sitting on this board is our advisory boards are ours. We're in control of them. And being on this advisory board is very similar to long, long ago when commissioners were in departments. They were in charge of departments. That is no longer the role of the commission, but these advisory boards are ours. And I find it absolutely invaluable to be sitting on this board because it gives me a true pulse of what's going on with that advisory board. It helps the advisory board be able to understand the process of the commission, the process of government, because there's really nobody there to answer the question. And what prompted me to think about this was they wanted to stop the ULDC rewrite until the economic development feasibility plan was approved. And I'm sitting there cringing, and so they went through the motions and everything like that, and then I said, can I talk to you? So I kind of filled them in on the procurement process and stuff, and they went, we didn't know that. So it's really important. And the other thing is it shows the board that the commission is interested in what they're doing. Because we have a firsthand pulse, because we have to report back what we have done at those meetings, so that it kind of keeps things moving instead of getting stagnant. So I don't know if there's a will of the commission to see about adding a commissioner to the advisory boards, or even what advisory boards. So I'd like to see if I can get a consensus to have the city manager create an agenda item to have a conversation about these advisory boards and a commissioner sitting on them, and which ones.
I don't mind talking about it.
Okay. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I don't mind talking about it.
Yeah, see where it goes. So we've got that consensus. And the last one I have is we have one heck of an event happening on Saturday. The Poinsettia Parade, and I cannot wait for it. So I just wanted to make sure, if any of the citizens are still watching, that it starts at 5 o'clock and is right here by City Hall. It's the festival, and look forward to seeing everybody there.
They better park early and bring a
Park
chair.
early, bring chairs, bring money for snacks and stuff, but make sure the kids are all good because Santa's going to be here. And that's all I have. So City Attorney.
Also, don't forget, Maiden Kane will be performing.
Oh, that's right.
Very
I
local
forgot about
group.
that.
And the low's supposed to be
Awesome
like
talent.
58, I think, too, so be
They're
warned.
awesome. They draw a crowd and it's gonna be fun. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right.
That's great.
I'm sorry, City Attorney, did you have anything, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
City Manager, did you have anything?
No.
City Clerk, do you have anything? All righty. At this time, it is now 7:20 and we are adjourned.